everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's data-driven world, the ability to extract, transform and load data efficiently is crucial for any businesses to make informed decisions and drive their business growth. Today, we are diving into an essential component of data management, that is SAP ETL. So SAP ETL, or extract, transform and load, is all about taking raw data from various sources, refining it and then loading it into a target database or data warehouse. So think of it as the vital process of cleaning and organizing your data before putting it to the use. So these days, businesses nearly lose $9.7 million yearly due to their poor data quality. Effective ETL processes mitigate these by ensuring accurate data for their decision making. So data is vital for all organizations, whether it be a startup or any multinational corporations. Without proper ETL, decisions may rely on flawed information that is risking costly mistakes. So with this course today, we'll cover everything you need to know about SAP ETL. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we got you covered all of this. We'll explore how to extract data from different sources, transform it to meet your needs, and load it seamlessly into your SAP environment. But before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda for today's video. Agenda. Number 1. What is ETL? Number 2. What is SAP ETL? Number 3. SAP ETL tools. Number 4. Introduction. Number 5. Limitations. Now let's dive into our video.
So first, like, what is the ETL? ETL is extract, load, and transformation. So, what is the need of ETL? First, we'll understand that. So we have so much of a data in every company. Every company produce so much of a data. Though it's a financial company or marketing company, it doesn't matter. But they have huge data into the picture, and business wants, sometimes there are two types of needs, mostly where ETL tools are required. One is like data warehousing kind of a thing, and second is data migration. So you are looking for data migration mostly, but before that we'll understand what is data warehousing. So business, sometimes business wants that data into specific format in which they can use that data to generate some reports, business reports, you can say. If you know that tools like Tableau or Power BI or something like that. So for that, to generate the proper reports, we need some tool which will transform the data in correct format, or if data is missing, then it will enrich. Of course, we have some logics in place, but yeah, it will do some enrichment, it will do some transformation, and it will generate the it will load the data in specific format where they can use this data as is to populate the report. So that that report should not have any issue. It should not have any issue. If suppose we have some column, let's say we have a column country, and the data itself is missing in so many rows, then the report will not give correct answers, right? So that's why we'll transform the data, or we'll enrich the data. And finally, when transformation is completed, then we'll load the data into some data warehouse, like if you have data lake or SQL or MS SQL or AWS something, SQL, AWS buckets, etc., etc. There are n number of target systems where we can load the data, and by using that data, business can generate the report. Second need of this ETL tool is data migration. So what is the need? Let's take an example. We have if you are a owner of cafe coffee day, CCD, and you have bought Starbucks. Now your CCD is using SAP system, and the child company is a Starbucks that is using, let's suppose, Oracle JD Edwards. Okay. Or maybe in some countries they are using SAP. In European country, let's suppose they are using SAP. In the countries like India and all, they are using JD Edwards. What will do? As you have bought that company, you want one system to do the business, your business. So basically, you want all the data into your parent company's parent company system, like parent company CCD, and you are using SAP. So here data migration consultant came into the picture. Like they will, extract the data from child systems for each and every country. So whatever, if suppose in European country, they will extract the data from a child SAP system, and from countries like India and Asian countries, they will extract the data from JD Edwards. Then they will transform the data into load format. Let's suppose maybe Starbucks have the plant in Mumbai. So the Mumbai same plant, Mumbai present for USCCD as well. So maybe in legacy system, its name is XYZ, and in child system it is known as 1234. Then the ETL tool will transform the data from 1234 to XYZ, and prepare the data into load ready format. Once we do this transformation and enrichment, we'll load the data into target system. For us, it is SAP system. Of course, that's why we are learning SAP ETL tool. So to load the data, we have multiple processes. We have ad hoc load approach. Sometimes ABAPer, which are the technical consultants of SAP people, they will do some load ready format, or they will generate some LSMW. Or if you are looking for S4 HANA system, we have LTMC. There are a number of options. Most popular is ad hoc load approach. So they will, using these kind of approaches, will load the data into target SAP system. So basically, this is the extract, transformation, and load. This is the complete process which I've explained. So see, if suppose IDOC is a popular way, why I have said, because if you have a huge data in lakhs of records you have, you're not interested to go in some ABAP programs and do the loading part, because for that you need to populate the data into some specific format, in text format, of course, and then that text file you will use as an input for that ABAP program, and you will load the data. Same with LSMW. So of course that text file will not accept the huge data in lakhs or billions of data, but ADOCs will do that. So if you have a master data load, like material, whatever I've seen in industry, what is going on, if you are loading master data like material master, customer master, vendor master, of course you will go for ad hoc load approach. We have some BAPIs as well. You will call that BAPIs in SAP BODS itself, and by using that also you can load that. So this is the two options. From BODS itself you can load. BODS, SAP BODS, SAP ETL tool. It's a ETL tool, which is we are going to learn now. Okay. So BODS is the full form of BODS is Business Objects Data Services, or shortly it will known as Data Services, SAP Data Services, or SAP ETL tool. So previously it was owned by Business Objects, but later SAP bought it. So it is a third-party application. It is not a SAP application. I mean, if you have seen the traditional SAP logon pad, right? I mean, you are a SAP consultant, right? So in that you don't have a ETL tool. So it is a third-party application which SAP owned it now. So you have to install that, and then only you can use it. So
Okay.
I mean, slowly we'll understand this part. This is just an overview. So on top you'll try to understand what I'm trying to say. So I think I have explained this one. ETL is the process like data extracted from the various data sources. We have a number of data sources. Transformation also I have explained on top of that, and data is loaded into database or data warehouse. This is like data warehousing. We have kind of projects where you have a data lake as a target part, or you have a Microsoft Azure or AWS buckets. These are the target systems where you load the data, and top of that they will populate the reports. So what are the ETL tools? I mean, we have enterprise software tools, cloud-based ETL tool, open source ETL tool, and reverse ETL tools. So SAP, cloud-based ETL tools. If you have if you know that Snowflake, did you listen that tool, Snowflakes? So that is cloud-based ETL tool. Open source ETL tools, I mean, which are the free ones? Maybe PySpark, maybe it's open source, or I have to find out, but open sources are like which you can directly use. There is one IBM's tool as well, I think data stage and all. And enterprise software tools are SAP, BODS, and Informatica, like that, which we have to pay, and which is an enterprise thing. So they have their own all systems and all. So these are the ETL tools. But for SAP kind of a thing, we have to use SAP BODS only, or SLT. So because I mean that's why SAP bought it, right? To do what all kind of SAP things. Usually they will use SAP BODS as an ETL tool. But if you if you check in the industry, there are data warehousing project which I was talking about. For that, mostly Informatica is a popular one because it has more flexibility or more connections with the systems, other systems than SAP ETL. So I think this is also I've explained that how we'll do the transformation and enrichment. Yeah, if you see this figure, we have SAP ERP system, SAP BW system, and non-SAP data sources. So what are the non-SAP data sources? Maybe you have Excel sheets. Like I've seen some projects where they business is won't entertain to establish the connection from your retail tool with their financial systems. So what they'll usually do, if you know the objects like cost centers or GLs, mostly GL. So what they will do is like they themselves they will generate some Excel sheet, the data into Excel sheet format, and they'll send you that Excel sheet with password protected Excel sheets. So why they will do, like they want to protect their data because it's a financial entities, so they don't entertain direct connection with that. So that's why BODS have some all they can establish the connection from SAP or SAP BW systems or SAP tables directly, or you can pull the data from AWS, you can pull the data from Azure, you can pull the data from Excel sheets, even you can pull the data from text files, you can pull the data from JD like Oracle systems, or you can pull the data from Microsoft SQL servers and all that. So whatever what are the systems you have, SAP is now good in that format, so to establish in connection. So they will pull the data from all the systems, and in SAP system, like in SAP ETL, what usually they will do is like they will create some databases. Can you confirm if you know the databases, any databases? So in every data migration project, one SQL, one database server is they have provided, where you will do some extraction and do some transformation, and then you will use those tables to download the data. You want to directly load the data from SAP tables. Let's suppose so you have SAP system, and you have Oracle JD system. So you have some Mara table for material master data, and Oracle JD Edward some J41101 table. So you have to pull. It is not. It won't happen like, okay, you are directly pulling the data from this table and this table and directly loading into some SAP system, SAP ECC, like that. So let's suppose we have this target system, and these are the source system. So it will not happen that directly you are loading and pulling the data from Mara and loading the data into SAP, because you want to do some enrichment, some data cleansing, and some transformation. So where you will do that? That's why we need some SQL server, which is a database. So what we will do, first will the data from Mara or these tables as is into SQL server, as is. If Mara table has 1 lakh record, then your SQL server will also have a 1 record. It's a plain extraction. That is extraction process, first extraction. You will not put any kind of a filters. You'll do you'll extract as is data, provided if your systems if you are pulling the data for financial systems, there are some huge table in SAP like uh, BKLS or something like these kind of a tables. I don't remember these tables. These are very huge. You cannot pull directly because it's have billions of data. So at that time, you can use some company code level, filters to pull the data. That will cover how to do that and how will do. But let's understand that why there is a third party SQL server is needed. So first we'll do the extraction. We'll loads in the data into SQL server. Let's suppose we'll give the example. We'll give this name. Yeah. So we will create some temporary table, or J4110. These are some temporary tables we are creating. This Mara and this one, where we'll do the plain extraction. So ek bar, if once you do the extraction, forget about this table now. It's not required now. It's not required for anymore. Now we'll use this table as input and we'll do some transformation itself. ये हम क्यों करते हैं? Because these tables are, of course, SAP system, these are the live tables. So if you are doing the extraction on 17th of November, you may find out 1 lakh record. But if tomorrow, if you are again doing this extraction again, you are executing the jobs, or let's understand, if we are using executing any program, in one day maybe 1000 records has been created. Again tomorrow 1 lakh 1 record will be pulled. So your entire logic will be on a toss. Like every day we are getting extra records, and how you will do that? And of course, time consuming. Extracting the data from Mara and doing the transformation directly from the legacy systems is time consuming, and it is not entertaining. It is not, I mean, standard as per as the standard process.
Yeah.
So that's why we'll do for plain extraction, and then we'll do the transformation. Like let's say an example, you have go live on 1st of December. So business himself, they said that, okay, 20 November tak you have to take the extraction. After that, we'll close the legacy systems. They will stop the transactions after that, and then you will pull the data, right?
Yeah.
So this is how we'll do. So whatever the transformation and enrichment we'll do on these tables, these test tables, SQL
Right.
database tables, and then we'll convert this data into load ready format. And then I told you, right, whatever the load ready loading techniques are there, whichever the loading techniques you are interested, that is fine. But this middleware system is always common in all kind of transformation process. So this is what it is explained. Like we have multiple sources, then we'll do some plain extraction. This is why we have used this one picture, because only one database system we are pulling the data, and then we'll load into SAP system. Like SAP HANA is a database. Either we'll load in the SAP HANA system, or we'll load into proper SAP ECC or S4 HANA in migration projects. You are in migration projects, so let's visualize that this is, instead of SAP HANA, visualize that it is a SAP ECC system or SAP S4 HANA system. So may I know in your project which system is you are loading, SAP ECC or SAP S4 HANA? Yeah, then just visualize whenever I'm showing some load technique, you will visualize SAP ECC only. So I think here it is mentioned, right? We have multiple sources. We'll do that transactions and load into warehousing. Here data migration projects and all those tests. I mean, this is just like which I've explained before that. Okay, so why SAP ETL? First is data connectivity. So when I say data connectivity, BODS supports multiple sources you can connect with. It's a very simple technique to do some connections. Let's take an example. You want to connect with the SAP server, SQL server. Then what you will do? You want Windows. You have some options like Windows authentication or database authentication. Then you have to give username, password, and once you establish the connection, it's a one-time process only. So I'll just again move to this Excel sheet. Okay, we have now our SAP ETL. Let's take. I'll not use BODS word now. I'll just use SAP ETL now. So this is tool we have right now. We are using. Okay, we have some source system: SAP ECC, SAP HANA, SAP BW, then something Oracle, then JD Edwards, some BAN system or some FMS system. Let's okay, fine. These examples are fine. So this is our tool, right? This is like, it is not a live tool. It is a normal tool we have. Okay, and this is the backend process of this SAP ETL is a BOD. I mean, it's a SQL only. It is written in the SQL system. Look, so whatever logics we are developing in SAP ETL, it will automatically convert into SQL queries format backend. So we can check that SQL queries as well. I mean, if you want. So how to connect with SAP ECC? It is not like directly you can connect with SAP ECC and load the data. No, it is not the thing. So we have some data store kind of middleware. So one data store is for one system. Okay. So this data store holds the data. I mean, this data store holds all the connections. I mean, it will hold the username password thing. You have to configure it one time. There is one team, SAP Basis, which is a support system which help you to create these data stores or maintain these data stores. Once you configure this data store, it is middleware of SAP ECC and SAP ETL. Then you can pull all the tables if you have the access. Of course, this username which you are using in the data store, that must have the access of the tables which you want. Then you can search the tables from SAP is like, let's you can use these systems as a legacy, I mean, as a source or as well, or you can use as a target as well. But this data store is required. I mean, of course, you are loading the data into SAP ECC, right? Yeah. So the data store is something like only connection, establishing the connection in between our tool and that system, legacy and the target. I mean, SAP and our ETL tool, or legacy system or target system with our SAP. Because this is some legacy source, right? Let's suppose this part is source from which we are pulling the data, and our target is only one system every time, and which is SAP ECC. So what you will do, you will create two data store. So data store will do some SAP data store source. You will give this name, and with the target you will create another data store, and this time you will use target name. It is just for maintaining some you can say some naming conventions or systematicness, to brought systematicness into your program. That's why we create two different sources. So any user later point of time, if you leave your company, if somebody came that, he will very well understand, okay, this data store is used for source and this data store is used for target. But if you don't want to do that, you can only create one data store. You can use these tables as a source, and you can use the idocs directly from that data store to load the data. Okay, just understand from top point of view. When we do some hands-on, you'll very well understand it, what I'm trying to say. So just for source and target, we'll create two different data stores just for making this program live. Second one is like, this is data connectivity. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have multiple systems and we can connect the data. Was just one, I forget one to mention one point, that these are the legacy system. But what else if we have text format, text file and Excel format. For that we don't require a data store. We directly have uh, one thing that I'll show you in the tool itself. So by using that adapters only, you can pull the data directly. We don't require data stores for that, because these are the local files, right? Or either are the local files, or it is kept on the server level. So our tool directly pull the data from itself. We don't require any data store. Okay. So performance, yeah. BODS performance is SAP ETL. I mean, SAP ETL performance is very good in terms of speed, or in terms of everything. I mean, whatever. When if you put some huge logics as well, it will execute the program in minutes. So provided that you are using some proper techniques or proper processes which you are following, then only it will give good performance. Sometimes if you are directly blindly putting some logic and building some programs. So in SAP ETL program ko job bola jata hai. It is a job. So if you are creating some job and putting some complex logic, maybe it will execute, it will take some 1 hour to execute. But yeah, of course, we have some performance techniques we can use in ETL. By using that, you can brought out that job execution time from 1 hour to 10 minutes as well, or 5 minutes as well. These are some smart techniques that also I will tell you at the last. First, we'll understand the tool, and then I'll tell you. Once you understand and once you get the confidence that okay, you can use now SAP ETL tool as properly, then I will show. In the last sessions, I will tell you how to increase the performance of this job. So maybe using in doing demos. If you are doing some complex logic, building some complex logic, maybe our program will take some 10 minutes or 15 minutes of a time. Let them do. Let them execute. Don't worry about the performance right now. Try to understand the process. Then at last I'll tell you how to build. How to increase the performance. Transformation flexibility. That is also I'll tell you. I told you, right. N number of transformation you have, uh, and you don't require any SQL knowledge to to execute this SAP ETL. You have some transformation for every SAP SQL logics. You have one transformation. It is a UI kind of a thing. So you have all kind of options. You can do any kind of a thing. So that also, when I'll show you the tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I'll show you this tool. Then I'll show you that how many transformation you can do. All kind of flexibility this tool provides. Data quality, yeah. Without that, any tool is not accepted if it is not supporting data quality transformations. So whatever data cleansing process, Maybe in my company I've seen multiple times that they will if important fields also they don't have a data, and you have to build some logic to put that data, because without that your target system won't allow to load the data. So that quality checks, cleansing checks, all kind of a transformation, all kind of UI options we have in our tool. So you don't need to worry, you don't need to build some complex SQL things. You can directly use that UI as is. You can select whatever options you want, and our tool is ready for that. So flexible data acquisition option, that is also I've covered. Committed vendor to ETL. Yeah, I mean it's a SAP tool as well. I mean it's itself, because it is they bought from business objects. So now it's a authorized SAP tool now. BODS is a authorized SAP tool now. So yeah. So whenever, I mean, till I think when we speak with our colleagues and our managers, or in companies, they said that like till 2027 or to 2030 this migration process will go. These all companies are migrating now. So they require 6 to 7 years now to do all kind of a transformation. Till that, BODS is the only thing, it's a key thing which helps you to do some migrations. I mean, for master data, I think I don't find any substitute for BODS now, SAP ETL now. For other small objects, we have less MWs, we have some ABAP programs, standard ABAP programs, or customized ABAP programs also we have. We can use that, or BAPI also we can use that for smaller objects or transactional objects. But for master data, ad hoc load approach, I had never seen any companies using other load approach for master objects. So, and for to generate these ad hocs and all, we require SAP ETL tool only. So I don't see any substitute for SAP ETL as of now in industry. There are ETL tools in other other companies like Informatica and all, but yeah, the all this performance, I mean all these parameters uh, justified by SAP only. I mean SAP ETL only. Other tools, load ka issue ho jayega. I mean they don't have connection, they don't have that much easiness which SAP ETL is providing. That's why everyone is migrating to SAP BODS now. Okay. This also I've
Got
shown
it.
on the Excel, right? This connection. This, I mean, this arrow is just like a data store, which is established the connection in between our staging area to, or our ETL tool to, with this extraction system or with the target system. Then challenges. So this is also we have covered, right? Data might be soiled. It is maybe inaccurate or inconsistent or inaccessible. Those when we are loading the data from multiple sources, so those things will happen. I'll give you an example. For only, I told you, right, for only for financial systems, some business won't trust won't trust the people. I mean they are correct as well. They don't want to show you their entire GL to us, right? We are consultants and they don't want to show this. So what they'll do, they will just generate, populate some Excel sheets, they will provide to us. But other data we are pulling from whatever the systems they are using. Let's suppose they are using SAP ECC. So what we'll do, SAP ECC of course have some consistent data, but this Excel sheet might be the case that they don't have they don't have inconsistent data. I have ever seen many times that nano country column is unpopulated. For some records it is populated, for some records it is not populated. So what we need to do, we need to find out the company code column. If 1234 company code belongs to India, then our SAP tool directly populate that inconsistencies or cleansing part, it will automatically do. For that we need to build some of course rules. But by using that rules, we'll put, we'll data consistency we will achieve. Data accuracy we will achieve. Once it is accuracy and consistency is 100%, then only that data is loadable. In, of course, in any SAP ECC as well, or in any data warehousing or data lakes, anywhere. You don't want to load a blank country column, right? It is a mandatory column. And if your column itself is a blank, then what is the use of ETL then? So those things we'll do. Of course, we have multiple system. That is what it explained, that if you have multiple sources, this inconsistency you can find. There are a number of columns, maybe blank, or it's a sometimes what happen, I've usually seen that if countries, the country name is huge, maybe it's a 15 character or 12 character, it will truncate the data, it will only accept 10 characters. In those cases, how to handle those things? Those we can do in SAP ETL tool. Now here you can see the SAP Data Services now 4.x. So now industry is using 4.2. Everywhere is used. I mean, industry is using 4.2 data services app. There is not much, huge differences. Small things is uh, changed in those instances, 4.1 or 4.2. But 4.2 is latest now. We will build one program which will establish the which will establish the connection to with the SAP ERP, and of course as a source. And for target system we have staging area. Once you execute that job, it will pull the data from extraction source tables, and it will stage into some this Mara test. Let's suppose we are extracting Mara table. It will stage into Mara test. Yeah. So once we have Mara test, all transformation logics will put on the Mara test, and then we'll something next table will be Mara test 2. Now this is the or Mara test transformed. So this table will do. So पहले हमने Mara को Mara test में convert किया, then we have make that Mara test into Mara test transform. So this table have the proper consistent data. All things we have covered here. All transformation things, all cleansing things, all inaccuracy things we have covered in this table. And then this table we use to load the data into SAP ECC. This one. We don't use this one directly to SAP ECC. We don't load this one to directly SAP. We load. So, or one more point I want to tell you here. Okay, so this may be 1 lakh record. Okay, but this transformation table maybe it is having 12,000 only. Why? Because we do the migration country by country or company code by company or plant by plant. No, not duplication. Duplication also will cover. But if your system is SAP, it won't allow the duplication. If you are material, if you have coffee, let's say you are owner of coffee day, and you have coffee beans as a material. So SAP won't allow to create duplicate coffee beans material. You have to give another different name. But directly SAP will not allow duplicate record. So if you're from SAP, then you are okay. You don't require much things. I mean, much data consistency maybe or cleansingness भी ज़्यादा कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है. But अगर कोई दूसरा source होगा, if non-SAP systems like Oracle or Oracle JD, or you have Excel sheets or text file, 100% it will have data consistency, 100% it will have data duplication, 100% it will have a data inaccuracy. So that part you have to do in transformation. But why records are less? Because this 1 lakh record is a global records. It may have India record, it may have Canada, it may have, but you do the transformations, the load part country by country or region. So this filtering, cleansing, and all these things we will do in transformation itself. Sometimes you have like, okay, we have covered now. So just it's like a filter only. A filter can be anything. Filter can be anything. So this SAP SLT, so SLT is one other application. I think HANA supports it. SAP HANA supports it. So for that, you can just directly go to Lagoon Pad and you can use the SLT. Even I never worked on SLT, but I know the processes where we have data. I mean, 3 types of a source it will accept, like flat files or Excel formats, or I think XML as well. I think, yeah, it's XML. It will directly pull, but for that, as for you to use the SLT, you need that in load ready format. The data should be in load ready format. I give that example, right? If business sometimes give that GL ka Excel sheet to you, it is 100%. It is inconsistent. I have never seen that any business is worried about what they are putting in. They have correct figures, number. I mean, the numeric figures are correct only. For that, they don't do anything, because of course it is on that GL part is on that only. But yeah, other columns में हमेशा problem रहेगा. So for that, so let's take this example now to understand how to do that. So you've got some Excel sheet. Let's say GL accounts 1. They have given to you. Of course, it has some inconsistency. So what you will do, you will use this file as a source. You will use SAP as ETL services, ETL tool, and you have SQL server. So we have created some test GL account SQL table. So first we'll do some plain extraction. So if it's having 1 lakh record, you will do some plain extraction here itself, 1 lakh. Then what you will do in the second, this is the first program, first job where you do some plain extraction. Now your second job, what it will do? So it will use this table as source now. This is source now. Now here all transformation logics, data cleansing and filtering, of course. And after that, these have 1 lakh record, but inconsistent. And now doing these processes, you have created one more table. I'll now use some industry naming conventions. Account, preload. So we'll use these namings always. Preload. Preload means all transform data. It is ready to load table. So इसमें maybe it is have 25K records, but it is a consistent record. These 25K we need to load. तो ये जो preload table है, इसको हम will convert it into either a text file, either in a Excel sheet or either in a XML format, and we'll use that as a source to SAP HANA system by using SAP SLT. It is a fast process. It is a simple process. Everyone can use that. It's a straightforward thing. So it will not have any complicated IDOC level thing and all that stuff. IDOC also I'll explain you format, but it's not. It is little bit complicated if someone is working newly on that. It's simple once you get that, but yeah, of course, if you have a flexibility to load directly from Excel sheets, why you'll prefer for the IDOC load approach or happy load approach, right? Depends on how these guys wants to do. Usually they will provide in Excel format because first they will download the data from their system, legacy system, whichever the system they are using, and they will do some changes in that file, and then they will give us. So probably it must have Excel only, but I have seen some clients as well who have given that data from text format only. They will direct so that is fine. So ये जो मैंने बोला था, right? Here I have explained this in this speaker. This text and Excel sheets we don't require data store. We can directly use as a source. I'll show you how to do that. So if you are getting text file or if you are getting Excel sheets, nothing to worry. It's same only. So let's suppose we have created this data source SAP. Okay. When you create this data store, you'll get multiple options. First option is table. Second option is IDOC. Third options. There are 3-4 options. So if you want to pull some tables, तो ये table पे right click करके there are you will get the option right click करके you have to import table करके एक option आएगा. Using that import table option, you will get once you click that you will get some text field. You can put any table name, SAP standard table, Mara or Marcy. Once you put that table, ये टेबल टैब के नीचे एक हायरार्की क्रिएट होगा, उसके नीचे सारे टेबल्स क्रिएट रहेंगे. सीधा you can just drag and drop into your programming, जो भी तुम्हारा आपका जो working area रहेगा, you can just pull this table in you can just simply drag and drop. So ये table कैसा दिखेगा, ऐसा कुछ एक box दिखेगा. You will get some box like that, like this. So see, BODS is why it is popular because it's all a UI kind of a thing. It's all visual thing. You can whatever objects you are working on, you can visualize it. All is in a visual format. Yeah. Okay. So whatever IDOC if you are using MatMask, इसका भी एक ऐसा box दिखेगा and MatMask लिख के रहेगा उसमें. So it's a visual thing. So by using that, you can उसके बाद ऐसा कुछ wires दिखेंगे, ऐसा कुछ अब इसमें तो I can't create. It is not like SQL thing. You are just building a query and once you written 1,000 lines of a code, you will forget like what you have written. It is not like that. It is a visual kind of a thing. Every aspect it is in format of picturized format. So that's why once you complete the job and once you execute, once you build that all kind of a programs of a job, you can again later point of time come back and you can do visualize and you can do all kind of customizing stuff. BODS supports that as well.
All right, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. Which SAP tool is commonly used for ETL processes? Option A, SAP Business Objects. Option B, SAP HANA. Option C, SAP Data Services. And option D, SAP Lumira. So now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Good luck, guys. Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
In your project also, you must have this screen and these username, password, credentials. So once you
Got
enter
it.
this, authentication is enterprise only. Once you log in, so this is optional part, repository password. So to this user, the admin part, admin people must have given access to so many repositories. So repository means working area. So one user have one repository or multiple repository as well, and you can use the password also, to keep the privacy. So here same password is there. I'm just entering the same. So first component of BODS or data services is repository. So what is repository? It's a working area. So once you do that, if you are creating new user, these all things in this is local object library. So whatever the components you create, you'll find it here, object library. This is project area. Whatever the things you are creating, you will get here. So this repository is not new; it is old. Maybe they are using the same repository. ZaranTech people are using the same repository for different projects. So that's why you will find this one. So let's understand what is the local object library. First, start with the project. So the topmost part of our BODS is the project. So whenever you are starting with anything, we'll create a project. So how to do that? Here is we have option new, or you can just click on the project and new project. So let's start with your name only. Monesh training. Now it is created. So you'll find out here, because you are now, as of now, you are entered to this project. That's why in this project area आपको आपका folder दिखेगा. Project it is can namely you can say that it's a folder, because it's an icon is also like the folder. So it's work like the folder. So अगर आप किसी और project को भी select करते हो, new दिखा रहा है. If you double click on this one, you will get this one. New में जितने जितने चीजें हैं वो सारे आपको इधर दिख जाएगी. Okay.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So let's select your project only. Monesh training. So right now nothing is there, so it is blank. Okay. So let's understand what is job. The next option here in local object library is job. So what is job? We have two kind of a job, batch job and real-time job. Let's understand what is job. So when you do the coding, you have to create one file. If you are using Java, then you have to you will create some text file. You will do some coding, and you'll save this file with .java. So test.java or my first program.java, or if you're using Python, then you used to save with .py part, right? So that is the executable file. When you execute that job, whatever the programming you did, it will all code will get run. So here in BODS, we don't call it as a program. We call it as a job, because in BODS is a completely user interface. If you see this, everything is graphically configured. So all part, like whatever the logic you will perform in the backend, it will generate the SQL only. So it is SQL only. So base of this, any ETL tool of base is SQL only. But when SQL have some challenges that it is complicated. It's very complicated. You cannot, if you see 1,000 line of a code, it's complicated. It is very hard to do, performance tuning and all. That's why, you know, um, you know, um, requirement of ETL tool in market has, grown up, and many tools came into the picture. So with the same business objects created this, BODS, and later point of a time SAP owned it. So type of a job we have. One is batch job. Batch job is nothing but normal job. Like if you want to do anything, you can just create simply batch job. Real time job is something like real time processing. So batch job is like when you execute the job, then whatever the status is, of your legacy table, if it's have 1,000 record, it will extract 1,000 record, provided that you don't have any filter. If you are not using any kind of filter. But real-time job is something different. It works like a real-time job, but it is not required, and it is not even used in any kind of a project, not in data warehousing, and not very rare. I mean, very rare they use real. Now we'll create the batch job. Just ये जो project area है, इसमें just right click करो, we'll create one job. Okay, let's rename it Monesh Billing. Yes. So these are the some testing purpose we are giving the naming convention, but in any kind of a project, not just about SAP project, but any kind of a project, you have to give some meaningful naming conventions. So maybe if you are working for India, then maybe India underscore job one underscore material master underscore job one, or extraction underscore one, like that. So I'm just using this one. Yeah. So so job is something like executable program for us. Let's in layman terms we can say. So what are the different components of jobs? What else we can do? So ECP program में in data services, if you have only one logic to build, we can just use this one. This is the data flow. So data flow में क्या रहेगा? Only the components on which you want to do the जिस पे आपको काम करना है. Let's take example data flow extraction one. तो ये डेटा फ्लो क्या है? ये एग्जीक्यूटेबल प्रोग्राम है. मतलब एग्जीक्यूटेबल प्रोग्राम के अंदर एग्जैक्टली क्या आपको करना है, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली रियली वांट टू डू, ये कंपोनेंट डेटा फ्लो में रहेगा. इसमें अगर डेटा फ्लो में डबल क्लिक करोगे आप, पूरा अभी के लिए इट इज कंप्लीटली ब्लैंक. नाउ what is the ETL? That extraction, transformation, and load. So three component you have to give in data flow. So what is extraction? Where you want to do the extraction? Let's go to data store. Yesterday I was telling about data stores, right?
Correct.
These are the connections. If you see DS S4HANA, DS HANA, DS, so these are so many system के जितने भी systems हमको चाहिए, उतने के सारे system के data stores we have. नीचे ऑप्शन रहेगा डेटा स्टोर का. So let's take SAP. Let's take any table from SAP. See, there are so many tables. Okay. Let's take this LFA1. Okay, we have Mara. So let's take. यहाँ पे सिर्फ ये Mara टेबल है, टेबल का सिंबल है. We just need to do the drag and drop. Okay. So our extraction part or extraction component is here now. Now, अगर आपको ज्यादा हाई लेवल चाहिए, ज्यादा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन सीखना नहीं है, so only the this is the transformation. This query transformation 99% of a data flow query transformation ही यूज होता है. अगर कुछ ज्यादा लॉजिक्स लगाने, so we have n number of transformations, but as of now we will learn only query transformation. मैं कल और परसों में बाकी की ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन बता दूंगा. So okay, so this is query transformation. What is the query transformation? It is the middleware of extraction component and load component. तो query मिल गया अपने को. Now we'll create one temp table. Temp table means target table, जो temporary table है, जो execution time पे create होएगा. I'll just give you one example, extraction. Yes. In layman terms, you can say that I'm creating some structure. So it is just like, when I execute the program, then you understand that what exactly we are doing. So यहाँ पे फिर again ये table है. This is extraction Mara. I am creating this table which holds whatever the records Mara have, right? So we'll just create one. We'll just select a data store which connect with SQL, any SQL thing. Now we just need to connect this dot. We have extraction, we have transformation logic which we can put in this query transformation, and this is the target table. I mean staging area which I was yesterday telling, right? कि हम सारा dump कर देंगे एक SQL के table में, and then we'll use this table for further processes. So let's connect these dots. So now your data flow is ready. Go into query transformation. We have n number of fields in Mara. Okay, we have 100 of field, 100 of a data. Sometimes you don't want unnecessary things. You just want to migrate these 6 fields you are interested in. Just select these fields and just drag and drop it here. तो राइट साइड में, लेफ्ट साइड में बहुत सारा फील्ड रहेगा, लेफ्ट साइड में, पर राइट साइड में आपको जो चाहिए टारगेट टेबल में, fields you really want in target area or fields which you are really want to work, you'll find it here. जो unselected रहेगा वो just it will show in bar only, and जो selected रहेगा it will create a blue tick, blue triangle. So let's understand this field structure. So field structure is like, this is the name of the field, this is the data type, and this is the mapping. Mapping means like what exactly source से कहाँ से आ रहा है ये data. And description is also getting copied. This description is SAP standard description. But क्या किया था मैंने, सारा select किया था और drag and drop कर दिया था. So whatever we have in legacy सीधा copy हो गया. If you want to change the description, you can change it. Just double click on this field. You can change the data type. You can change the length. You can change the description as well. Okay. Yeah. So primary key is something which you don't want to get duplicate. So in Mara table, Mara is a basic data of material master. Right, material master. So material number is unique. It should be unique. Material number मतलब एक ही material number के 2 record नहीं होने चाहिए, right? That's why we create a primary key. So in SAP also it is a primary key. If you see, key का एक symbol दिख रहा है यहाँ पे legacy में. ये मैटनर जो है material number, उस पे key का symbol दिख रहा है. That correct. We have copied it because it's a primary key and we don't want duplicate record. मतलब अगर एक coffee beans करके material रहेगा तो उसका एक ही record रहना चाहिए. You'll not get 2 different records. Okay. So it will make sure this primary key concept makes sure that you'll not get duplicate. That's it. So यहाँ पे in query transformation, if you see, this is the mapping part and we have these 6 to 7 options. So I'll just select, go to select and select distinct routes. So what it will do, like अगर हमारे पास ये 6 record, ये कितने record है? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So we have selected 12 fields. So this distinct row option, what exactly it will do? It will check that okay, these 12, it will check the data for 12 fields and it will make sure that you will not get duplicate. अगर कोई duplicate रहेगा तो this will remove that duplicate record automatically. That's why we use distinct row option. If you have selected one table only, this won't work because it's not required, because it's a SAP standard table and it's already उसमें duplicate नहीं रहता है. But maybe I was telling about some non-SAP system, or I was telling yesterday about Excel sheet. You have to select this option to make sure that you will get all the distinct rows. You will not get any duplicate. From clause. So we have in input, we have only one table Mara. That's why it is showing one table. If you select multiple tables, it will if you are using 5 tables, it will show the list of 5 tables. And this part is a condition. I mean, join the tabling. Do you have any knowledge on joining part? How we join the table in SQL? If you don't have hands-on, that is fine. But if if I'm using this joining table, left outer join or left join or right join, I'm expecting that you at least these concepts, at least what exactly left join work or what exactly inner join work. Where condition, I mean where means filter. So if I was telling yesterday that you can put the filter, right? So you can put the filter here. So this is LVORM field. Let's
use this one. LVORM is just a deletion flag in SAP. You know deletion, right? Mark for deletion. Okay, so you just understand that. Okay, LVRM is null. So this condition you have used. That's why if suppose LVRM में अगर mark for deletion रहेगा, X flag रहेगा, तो वो filter हो जाएंगे. It's as simple as that. You can use this where condition. Okay, I'll just not go in this group by, order by these clauses because it is not, as of now, it is not required and it is high level. So you just don't need it. So basically, you just need to understand that these are the legacy fields. These are the target field. You just selected those fields which you are interested, and that's it. Just go back. This structure is already created. Click on the job. Okay, in your job you have just only one data flow. यहाँ पे you have two options: validate current and validate all. Just click on validate all. It will show if you have any did any mistakes or anything. Right now I don't created any mistake, no error found. Close karo, just save it. It's saved. Now do execute this job. So we have a option execute, or you can press F8 from your laptop, or simply right click on this job and do the execute. You can debug as well, but I'm not going in high level at how to debug and all. Just execute it. Don't need to select anything. It is standard, SAP standard. You don't need to anything. Just click OK. Okay. This screen will come and it will showing it is throwing error. What exactly throwing is ODBC call. Okay, it is showing that this SQL driver connect, there is some issue, login failed. That means this is not correct. Okay, so I think if you see that ये BODS का problem है कि ये एक ही error बार बार दिखाता है. If you try to read that, all errors are like same only. If you see these all are the same. So what exactly it is showing? Database BW HANA DP which we have used. उसमें we are trying to load the data, but उसमें fail हो गया है. What exactly it is failed that हमने जो user ने password डाला होगा वो correct नहीं है. That's why it is failing. So that is administrative error. It is not logical error or our extraction error. This is administrative error. ये error हमको इनको दिखाना पड़ेगा. Admin team को या फिर in SAP admin team is basis team, SAP basis. So whenever you get any kind of an error, you can connect with basis team saying that okay, this is the issue. This is the issue with our SQL table, and they will very well support you. Let's first identify which data store we can use, which data store is correct, and which data store we can use, so that this error will not persist. If you click on apply, यहाँ पे सारा डाल के रखा है, यूजर नेम पासवर्ड सारा डाल के रखा है. If you click on apply, it will throw an error. It will ODBC error. ODBC error means we are trying to connect with this database, right? SQL database with username and this username and password is either expired or password change or something like that. So we cannot use this one. Let's take in another. So ये सारा basis का काम है. This is not expected to do from your side. But as of now, we need to find out something, right? That's why I'm just trying to be with me. I'm just finding out correct data store for us. Yeah, correct. What is this? SQL 12. Okay. इसको हम delete कर देंगे. We'll take another template. Testing 1, 2, 3. And now I'll select this data store SQL 12 because its credentials are correct only. SQL was not working. SQL table were not working. So what I did is like I have selected the text file. Okay, this is the text file. If you see this option at the local object library, so we have jobs, we have workflows. Workflows is like if you want to use multiple data flows, you will use workflows, and inside workflows we can use the data flows. Data flows जो हम structure बना रहे. Workflows it works like a folder. तो 4-5 डेटा स्टोर होंगे तो एक फोल्डर डाल दो, फिर अनेक फोल्डर डाल दो. ये हमारा सिस्टमेटिकनेस के लिए. वर्कफ्लो ऐसा कुछ काम में नहीं आता है. देन वी हैव यूज मल्टीपल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मैंने क्लियरली बोल दिया कि अभी सिर्फ क्वेरी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पे ध्यान दो, बिकॉज 90% वी यूज क्वेरी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ओनली. इट्स वेरी कस्टमाइजेबल एंड वेरी वेरी मच नीडेड. उसके बाद आता है डेटा स्टोर, जो हम कनेक्शन बनाते हैं उसके लिए. उसके बाद आता है ये फॉर्मेट. तो इसमें कितने सारे ऑप्शन है. फाइल फॉर्मेट, जिसको हम फ्लैट फाइल बोलते हैं बीओडीएस टर्म्स में. एचडीएफएस फाइल, नेस्टेड स्कीमास मीन एक्सएमएल, कोबोल फाइल और एक्सेल. तो हम मोस्टली फ्लैट फाइल और एक्सेल देखेंगे. तो फाइल लोकेशन जो ऑप्शन है, इसमें आप वो AWS और एज्योर का फाइल लोकेशन वी कैन यूज. दैट आल्सो इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. फ्लैट फाइल और एक्सेल ध्यान में रखो. तो ये फ्लैट फाइल कैसे क्रिएट करते हैं मैं टुमारो आई विल टेल यू, बिकॉज अभी टाइम नहीं है. बट मैंने ये टेक्स्ट फाइल क्रिएट किया और उसको एज ए टारगेट यूज किया. ओके, एंड आई जस्ट वेंट on this job level and I have just executed that. Let me execute again for one more time for you. This is saying, oh, okay, this is very smart. If I'm doing any kind of a change, it will show you that okay, you did some changes in the data flow one, data flow extraction one. Do you want to save or not? अगर मैं नो करता हूँ तो जो चेंज है उसके पहले का जॉब एग्जीक्यूट होगा. अभी हमने जो चेंज किया वो सेव भी नहीं होगा और वो एग्जीक्यूट भी नहीं होगा. So always make sure that you are saving your work and then only you are executing. So I'm just clicking on yes and just say okay. So this is the trace. You'll slowly read it and you'll slowly understand what exactly it is written. So it will show that job is initiated with the system, now processing the job, optimizing the job, something. And now data flow is executed successfully. Uske baad our job is executed successfully. If you are using 5 data flows, so usko bolega data flow 1 is successfully, second executed successfully, third executed successfully, fourth executed successfully, and at the last it will show executed successfully. So okay. Now we don't have any errors. So this tab, last tab, error tab is disabled. अगर मैं अगर पहले वाला दिखाता आपको, if you see this one, ये यहाँ पे रेड कलर का फ्लैग आया हुआ था because it is failed. But this job is not failed. This is completed successfully. This tab is disabled. Okay. And the second tab, the middle tab is monitor. To monitor what exactly it is, it will show how many rows we have extracted. If you see our query transformation and our target, how many 22,680 records we have executed, we have extracted. So इसका मतलब SAP में we have used Mara table, right? This one from SAP. So SAP must have 22,680. Let's see if really have it. तो यहाँ पे एक चश्मे का ऑप्शन एक मैग्नीफाइंग का ऑप्शन दिख रहा है, right? Now it is showing how many records. So it will show how many records are there. Just click on the second option, profile tab, or third option. Second option and record पे click करो. If you click on this record option, it will just analyze it on the source level and it will show how many records this table has. It will take some time. Yeah, if you see 22,680 records is there, and we have also pulled all 22,600 because we have not used any filter. We have just removed it, everything. Now this file I have placed it in the desktop itself. All 22,000 records are there, which are comma separated. So this is material number. First, this is header. Okay, for your systematicness, I'll just okay. So you got it right. I mean, we got all kind of data. The header and these are the records. So buys are records. Yeah. So this is the first job we have executed. So let's go to the basics. At least you understand that what is the process. That's why I was telling you, just be with me. I'll just show you. So this was useful. Yeah. So this is the first job you have created, and you got it like how extraction process will work. So as of now, we have just used this query transformation, but we haven't put any logic here, right? In this transformation, we haven't used any kind of options here. So we have n number of options here available. We can do so many things here. Okay, but let's cover it back in tomorrow's session. But if you really don't want to get into higher level, you just want overview, that is also fine. I'll just quickly finish it in 5 minutes tomorrow in start itself, and we'll try to find out how many other transformation we can use. So what I will do, if you don't want to go to technicalities, मैं सारे transformation बता दूंगा कि this transformation is used for this one, this transformation is used for this one, so you'll get at least idea. So you can just keep it data store, which I was telling yesterday, right? In Excel sheet I was telling it is just a connection. It is connection we are establishing in between SAP BODS and SAP ECC or SAP BODS with SQL. This is just a connection, nothing else. So that file will be put it on any server. सर्वर रहेगा, वो सर्वर का आपको IP एड्रेस एंड यूजर ID पासवर्ड रहेगा, वो यूज करना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पे हमने क्या किया है, हमने SAP का टेबल यूज किया सीधा. तो SAP का सर्वर को ऑटोमेटिकली हमने कनेक्ट किया था डेटा स्टोर से, और वो डेटा स्टोर के अंदर ये टेबल हमने पुल किया. इफ यू सी दिस डेटा स्टोर SAP_DS, आई विल शो यू दैट, यू विल गेट आइडिया व्हाट इज SAP DS. DS_SAP एक डेटा स्टोर हमने कनेक्ट किया. व्हाट इज इट? इट्स नेम इज DS_SAP. इट्स टाइप इज SAP एप्लीकेशन, एंड SAP हैज, इट इज अ सर्वर बेस्ड टूल, तो उसका सर्वर नेम यहाँ पे रहेगा यूजर ID एंड पासवर्ड, राइट? So this is this connection we have created, and we are just clicking apply and OK. अगर इसके अंदर आप जाओगे तो we have how many options we can see. SAP DS SAP, उसमें functions रहेगा, hierarchy रहेगा, IDOC रहेगा, ODP objects रहेगा, table रहेगा. Forget about what exactly it is. Just try to understand these are the customizing objects SAP providers. As of now, we are interested in table, so we have directly used Mara table as is. We have not used anything. So Mara is as a source, एंड टारगेट में हमने टेक्स्ट फाइल रखा है. तो हमने जितना भी मारा का डेटा है वो टेक्स्ट फाइल फॉर्मेट में पुल किया है. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पार्ट इसके अंदर हम रखेंगे. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का एक मैं फ्लेवर दे सकता हूं आपको. दिस इज हाउ आवर फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम लुक्स लाइक. दिस इज हाउ अ प्लेन एक्सेप्शन वी डिड. अगर ये वेयर कंडीशन में हमने कुछ वेयर कंडीशन डाला होता, तो ये 22,000 रिकॉर्ड को 10,000 में कन्वर्ट कर सकते थे, राइट? दैट यू अंडरस्टूड. वेयर कंडीशन, फिल्टर कंडीशन. तो ये हम लॉजिक्स रखेंगे, उसको हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन बोलेंगे. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पार्ट विल एंड यस्टरडे मैंने बोला था कि अगर हमको टेक्स्ट फाइल और एक्सेल शीट यूज करनी है, वी डोंट नीड डेटा स्टोर, राइट? तो यहाँ हमने टेक्स्ट फाइल के लिए डेटा स्टोर यूज ही नहीं किया था. We have directly created the file. We have created the location. So as of now, just understand that okay, I have created this file, and मैंने यहाँ पे desktop डाल के रखा था. अगर मैं इस पे डबल क्लिक करूँगा तो you'll get the idea. If you see, location is local. Local में कहाँ पे directory कहाँ पे use किया है? Desktop पे किया है. What is the file name? test123. Delete file क्या रहता है? When I execute this job, previous वाला file वो delete कर देगा और test123 नाम से फिर से create कर देगा. I have executed 2 times this job, right? तो पहले बार test123 क्रिएट हुआ, सेकंड टाइम मैंने एग्जीक्यूट किया तो पुराना वाला फाइल test123 उसने डिलीट कर दिया और नया वाला test123 क्रिएट किया उसने. तो दिस ऑप्शन डिलीट फाइल, यस, काम हो जाने के बाद वो डिलीट हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली.
Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
So, this is our project area. Local object library. So in this library, whatever the objects we are creating, everything is there. So starting with the projects is nothing but a folder of in which we have whatever the jobs and all. Second one is a job. So two types of jobs I told you, right? One is a real-time job and second is batch job. So we'll use only batch job. Real-time jobs are hardly used in industry, and for data migration, real-time job is not even required. These are the workflows. I said that the difference between project and workflows are like project workflows are also working as a folder, but is executable folder. You cannot execute the project. It is just a placeholder for 10 jobs or something like that. But workflows are something like it have it works as a folder, but it is an executable folder. It will execute and it will show in the traces as well when we execute the job. So under workflows we have data flows. And under data flows we have so many transformations. So yesterday we learned query transformation. So along with the query transformation we have so many transformations as BODs is supporting. So we'll learn platform transformation, whatever are there, platform transformation we'll learn on if time permits, then today or otherwise tomorrow. Okay, so these are the transformations. Data stores, I told you, right? We are creating the connection in between multiple systems. So one system to connect with, we have one data store. This is the file format. So, flat file means nothing but text file, HFS file, nested schemas. So in the nested schemas, we have XMLs. Then COBOL copyrights. Maybe COBOL books are used for mainframe purpose, I believe. Then Excel sheets and file locations. So flat files, Excel sheets, and file location is for if you want to connect with the cloud components. If you want to connect with Azure cloud or Amazon cloud. So that will connect to the location, and whatever the file we are loading, that file will be went to the Azure cloud location or S3 buckets in Amazon cloud, I believe. Yeah. So yeah. So is there any, and then last option is custom functions. So custom function is nothing but we have we can create some functions. We can create it's a statements. It's a combination of some 8 to 10 lines of code in which if you just let me just open one so that we'll get an idea. It's a decimal conversion function. So if you see this, the developer just wrote one line. So it will just convert some decimal. It's a decimal conversion ENR. I don't know what he has created, but it's created something so that it will convert from decimal into some substring. I think he used substring. So this you can write anything. If you want to just print hello world, that also you can do. Nothing much. But yeah, this is the custom functions. If BOD is not supporting anything, then we can create the custom functions. If you think that okay, this logic is not there in BODs, then you can create the custom function. That also in our list. At the last, I'll show you. First, we'll understand basic functionalities of a BODs. So these local object library, let's understand the hierarchy, how BODs is work. So first is project. The project is nothing but a folder on top of it's a top level entity. Nothing is there beyond project. After project, we have workflows and data flows, of course, and data flows. So data flows is the smallest executable object. Okay, it is not workflows is always not a mandatory. If you want to use only one data flow, then the workflows are not required. So data flow is an executable entity. Inside data flows, what we do, we have input table input table. Then we have some transformation, and then we'll have target table or file. So these three components are there in one data flow. Okay. So data flow is the smallest executable object. You cannot execute input object, you cannot execute transformation alone, or you cannot execute target alone. This combination of these three things is rest inside the data flow, and this is the smallest executable object. Of course, we have one job. I was expecting from you that why I have not written the job. That's why I kept it blank space here. So job is executable object, but inside that, what exactly we can execute? That okay, data flows. Only workflows also, it is not. I mean, how we can inside workflows you cannot put these three things. It is already mandatory that we have a data flows, and workflows works as a folder, so that if you have 4 to 5 data flows, if you want to execute it in parallel or if you want to execute it in sequence, so I will just if okay, so every data flow will have these three entities, and these 5 data flows. On top of that, we have a workflow. So it looks good. I mean, it is just for looking for good. Yes, even workflows has you can keep one workflow inside one workflow. It is just it all use like object. I mean, a folder only, but executable folder. Project is not executable. So workflows are executable. It will execute. So that looks like good. How we arrange our files in our windows: folder inside folder, folder inside folder, folder inside folder, and then we have a file. Same like in a job, we have workflows inside that workflows, inside that workflows, inside that workflows, and then we can keep 5 data flows, 10 data flows, whatever is your wish. Okay. I hope it is clear, right? Let's open your project yesterday. I think we created some on your name. String. So now we have created the job. Let's understand what I'm trying to say. So let's take one folder, one more workflow. We'll name it as workflow 1. Inside that, I want one more workflow, inner workflow. Inner workflow, let's give a meaningful statement, a meaningful word. So we have 2 countries. So what we did is inner workflow for India. And we'll create one more folder, inner workflow. Let's assume China. So now, these 2 workflows are not created. Everything in BODS, you will see that we have some input arrow and output arrow. One arrow is on the left and one arrow is on the right. So why it is created? It is created for connection purpose. So 2 types of execution will happen in BODS. One is parallel execution and second is sequential execution. If you are not connecting these 2 things, then both the things will execute parallelly. So India, the logic for India and logic for China, it will execute parallelly. So China will not, I mean, as a pictorial format, you'll see that, okay, India is the first thing and then China is second thing. It is not there because we are not connected. But now, if we try to connect these 2 dots, now, first, all the logic for the entire program for India will execute. After that, only China will execute. So this is the sequential. If you are connected with the wire, then it is a sequential format. If you're not connecting the wires, then these both things are, I mean, it will not give any error. Only thing is that it will execute it in the sequential format or no parallel format if it is not connected. Now you will say that, okay, why these names are dot dot dot. Yeah, we can I mean do that. Just go to view. Where it is tool. Options, designer. You see number of character workspace icon name. If you see only 17 characters are allowed as of now. Just keep 170. Press it OK. If you now refresh it, it's open again. So if you see, you will see entire the name now. The dots are red now. That is because we have initially, I mean, by default, SAP BODs will set some limit, 15 characters or 20 characters or something like that. You just keep it to 100 so that will not persist this issue. Let's go inside India. We have some data flow created. Data flow 1, India, Pune. Let's suppose we have this logic. Then again we have data flow 1, India, Mumbai. And we have data flow 3, India, let's take any suggest any city, Chennai. I think if you are not connecting anything, it will execute parallelly. So all these three logic will execute parallelly. If we connect it like this, then first Pune data flow India Pune will execute. Once
I
it
see.
is completed, then Mumbai will execute. Once it is completed, then Chennai will execute. So I'll just give you one example. It's a logical thing. Okay, it is not required any ETL knowledge or something. Okay, so let's suppose we got some issue in this data flow India Mumbai, and we have executed this job. What will happen in this scenario? Now this is a sequential thing. What will happen? Will Chennai data flow Chennai will execute, or okay, now I've deleted these connections now. So let's suppose in the Mumbai data flow we have some issue. Now what will happen? I have just now removed these strings. Will the execution of Chennai and Pune will complete, or what will happen? In the initial, I mean, in the initial example, it will happen. But now I have deleted these strings, the connection strings. Now what will happen?
And then it will happen because parallelly, right? It's going to.
Yeah. That is the catch. So when you are executing parallelly, so why? I mean, it is the understanding. Like you are going to PM post. So you need to understand that. Okay, if any city is getting issued, then you will not put entire logic on the stick, right? So what will do? You'll just do in the parallel. It will improve your execution time as well, of course, because you will need not to wait for let's suppose Pune execution for Pune data flow is 5 minutes, for this 5 minutes and this 5 minutes. It will take 15 minutes to complete, and you'll have n number of cities. I have just took the example for 3. You'll have a number of objects, a number of workflows, and a number of data flows. You don't want to. Your wish is not to wait. So keep it in the parallel state. It will execute in parallelly. There is no point of waiting it. If of course, if there is a need that okay, this data flow only will execute only if data flow one execution should complete it, then you can put in the sequential format. But we have an option, and every developer I saw, he just try to connect the dots. I don't understand why they do, because it is not even required. So execute in parallel. If any city is failing, that is okay. You can check with the business, Mumbai business, that okay, this is the issue. But your Pune business and Chennai bookies will be happy because you have completed the execution. So yeah, this is the ETL, and this everything works on a logical basis only. Only we have an option. That's why we are just connecting it. It will not happen. So I hope this is clear now. So I was telling, right, we have a workflow. So only workflow. Only one folder have only one kind of a file. This has not happened, right? In our Windows, inside the folder we have PDF files, images, n number of types of objects we have. Here also we have 2 types of object in workflow. One is data flow, of course, and there is one script. You can add it. Okay. You can give any kind of a name, and you can just okay. So this script, what exactly it will do? You can just open it. This script is for coding purpose. If you want to write any logic, let's suppose I want to print some statement. Okay, so what print Pune execution started. That's it. Just validate it. What exactly it is saying. See, now first time we got the error, right? Validation error. I just click this arrow and right click on this and view. It will show syntax error, something set or something like that. Maybe we have forget colon. No error. Every statement will end with the semicolon. So you have to use semicolon for every statement. Now tell me. Now I'm connected this because these are the connect. Because of course we want to do in a sequential format. First it will show that we have started the execution for Pune, and you will execute this data flow. So that's why we have connected this in sequential format. But now if I'm validating, it is showing error. Wow, what is it showing error? Can you just read it for me? So no. So if you read fully, what it is showing that use of only one sequential flow or use of parallel execution. All flows are not connected. All flows are sequentially connected. What exactly is trying to say? You can either put it all in the sequential format or all in the parallel format. You cannot put both these things are in sequential and these things are in parallel. No, BODs will not allow it. So if you want to connect this dot, then you have to connect these things. Okay. So now you tell me, it's a requirement, the business requirement that you want this to be in sequential format, but these two things will be in parallel. So how you handle it? Because disconnecting this will not allow, it will throw an error. What you will do?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a real-time example. Okay, this script is Mumbai, this script for Chennai, and you want these things should be executed in parallel, but you don't want to connect these two things. And now this is not allowed in BODs. We saw that if you do the validation, it will throw an error. So how you execute these 1, 2, 3 in parallel? How you will do that? So that's why we have a workflows, right? What we'll do is we have India workflow, right? Inside that we'll create Pune workflow Pune. Then we have workflow Mumbai. Then we have workflow Chennai. And we just select it, we'll just cut it, and here we'll just paste it. Now this is our first workflow. We'll just select it, cut it, get that, paste it. Now here again we will cut it. We'll set that and we'll paste it. Now these workflows are not connected, right? So that means these three things will execute in parallel. So Pune, Mumbai, and Pune, now it will execute in parallel because we have kept a data flow as well, right? Inside that. So it will execute in parallel only. Why we did 3 folders? Because we want these two things should execute in sequential, but all these 3 objects should execute in parallel. That's why we have created workflows, and that is the need. That's why we need these workflows. It will hold the work, scripts and data flows together, and now it will execute. So what exactly will happen if you try to execute this job? This workflow Pune, workflow Mumbai, and workflow Chennai will execute in parallel. Job will enter into all the 3 at the same time. Then it will execute first. It will execute the script. So it will print. It will print the statement. So however, output looks like. First execute like print workflow data flow Pune is starting, execution for Pune is starting, execution of Mumbai is starting, and execution of Chennai is starting. Our trace will show like that, and then actual data flow will execute. So execution we have achieved in sequential come parallel thing. So these are some logical things which we, when, and this is how our business works like. So business is not a straightforward that, okay, execute all in a sequential or all in a parallel. They will give some tedious logics as well, and we have to handle it in the same way. I hope this is clear now. So there is one more thing. If you have some another job, let's say job 3. So in the job 3, you have just created for some business purpose, and inside that you want to execute this inner workflow India only. Okay. So whatever the logic we have built in this inner workflow India, you want to execute only that. So what you can do, either you can just copy this folder, go to job 3, and you can simply paste it. Or else you can go here, local object library, search in workflow. What we have named given is inner workflow India. Search here, inner workflow India. Should be top only. See, inner workflow India, just drag and drop. Anyways, you can do that. I'll just cut one. And this, what I'm trying to say is, if now, so this workflow, inner workflow India is used in job 3 as well, and this day 2 workflow DLF job as well. Both jobs it is using. Now, if you are changing anything inside that, it will affect in day 2 as well, because the workflow name is same. So in BODS is such customizable that it is not allowed it will not allow two objects with the same name. So if you are using the same object with the same name, then it will appear in both the things. If you are doing any changes, it will appear in both the jobs. Okay, so it is good thing for us, because you don't want to reiterate the same logic. If the same logic you want to use in 5 programs, you can directly go and use it. And if you are doing small change as well, it will affect in all the 5 jobs. That is the beauty. And if you want another logic, okay, you want another logic, then use another workflow. That also BODS will provide. The same thing will happen for workflow as well and data flow as well. So if single data flow you are using in multiple jobs, if you are doing any changes in the data flow, it will affect all these jobs. So you don't need to do the changes in all 5 things. That is what I'm trying to say. So this is the reusable, and that's why BODS it is always known as jobs, workflows, and data flows are reusable objects. So I'll just mark it in green, that job, workflows, and data flows. That's why I just kept it blank. So these three things are reusable objects. If jobs as well. So you have created some jobs and you are using that job in multiple projects. You have some 10 projects and you are using that. A single change in workflow or data flow in job, it will change in all those 10 projects as well. That's why you don't need to go inside each project and check, and you don't have to do some audit thing. Okay, you have created this project, and inside that project you have these jobs, and inside that job you have, because in reality, in a single job, it may have like 24 5 workflows and 100 of data flows, and you are not a technician, or you are not a clerk to put everything inside the Excel format or text format, saying that okay, this project has these jobs and these jobs and these workflows. No, we are not technicians, we are developers. That's why BODS say that okay, we'll introduce this reusable concept that okay, if you are using that, it will change in all entire thing, in entire all the server level, or not a server level, on your this one repo_bw HANA RDP. So inside this, whatever the changes you are doing, it will it will happen in all the jobs, all the projects, and all the workflows, everything. Only non-executable object is the script. Script is a not reusable object. So if you are using a script in some level, let's take an example. You have a script Pune, and if you are using this it is allowed that, okay, you have the same name in multiple jobs. And if you are changing anything in the script, you have to go and manually change, because it's a script, it is not a reusable object. So that is the difference in between this green things and this white thing. Okay, so now coming back to your requirement, that okay, the business has given me some text format, data in the text format. Now how we will bring it in the BODS. Let's take an example. I have created one sample text file for you. See, this is the comma separated file. I hope it is clear. Like we can get comma separated files, or we can get sometimes a pipe as well as a separator, or sometimes they will give only a space bar or tab space, some 3-4 space or something. We can get anything. Mostly ask for a comma separated file or a CSV file, because that is most popular thing and everyone knows that, and it will have less errors because it's a text file, right? So in comma separated file is the best, or pipe also, it's the best. So we have 3 columns. This is our header, name, age, and city, and we have this 6 to 7 records, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. It's the age and city. So now what we need to do is, first we need to tell that, first understand this format. So we have to create one file inside BODS. We have to create file format, not file. We have to create some format which matches with this. That is the first step. How to do that? Go to the local object library, go to the format. This option I told you, right? We have flat files, Excels, and file location, etc. Go inside that, right click and new. Okay. Here type is delimited. Delimited means, I told you, right? That's comma separated file. It's a delimited file. Give the name input file 1. Okay, this is our first file, A underscore. So that I'll just give A underscore. Okay, whatever. A underscore input file 1. No, adaptable schema. So this is no, I'm just explaining you one time only, right? So try to understand what I'm trying to say. There are so many options. It is given in set file format. So what is this adaptable schema? Adaptable schema is something like this is okay. Now business has given our 3 rows. Maybe thing will happen that okay, next time or after 5-6 times, next year, let's suppose for 2022, they have given all the files in this format, but suddenly year changes and business thought that okay, after the city we just want address as well, and they have included one address column here, and they have put the data in after that, and you got this file, but suddenly this change happened and they forget to tell you, but your BODS program is already configured, and it is configured for three fields only, and you will simply you will skip this. Our BODS will skip this, and yeah, entire logic will in the toss, and business will say that escalation that okay, why you have not included the address. To save from this situation, what we can do is like, if you know that just when you're having the discussion with business, always ask them, okay, you are giving the file, give the file in the proper format. If you are giving 15 column, then always have the habit that okay, the sequence of this columns will be always the same. That is the mandatory thing. It will not have any excuses at all. The column, if you see this example, let me open this text file. So name, age, and city, the sequence should be there for entire the data migration happen till the last. It will not happen that okay, now in the second file they are giving age first and then name. No, our BODS will not happen, because it's a tool. It's not a real-time tool. Whatever the logic we are putting it will work like that only. So sequence of the columns will be the same. It will not change. Yeah, but if try to ask them that okay, in the future, are you planning to include some more columns? If they said yes, then use this column, adaptable schema. So what it will do is keep it yes. So what it will do initially when we have 3 fields, later point of a time they have included one more field, then automatically it will take that last column as well. So that is why this adaptable schema should be yes always. Not always, I mean, of course, after taking the permission from business. Then yeah, these things are not required. This location, as of now, we are using local file because it's kept in the desktop format. But yeah, if you have another location, some server level, they will give you in this real-time projects, they will provide some server. It's a client server. You can use that location. Root dictionary, click on this folder, give the path. So what is the path? I'm just going to the desktop. Okay. And now, not in the desktop. In the desktop, we have some input folder. Okay. And now file name. That also don't need to type, just select the file. Override the current schema. Yes. Dekho. When I'm just selecting the file, took all the fields as well and all the data it will show as well. So now after this, immediately just rename this field name. It is right now it is saying field 1, field 2, field 3, but we have only 3 fields. That's why you said that okay, it's easy to understand that field 1 must be name, field 2 must be age, and field 3 is city. But in real time example, we have hundreds of columns. So best way to rename it. Well, same name I'm giving, name, age, city. Immediately change the data type. If we have age in our number format, then don't keep it in varchar, put it in integer. Why I'm saying integer? Because if suppose any kind of data problem we have, if somebody mentioned 22.5 or some 22,3, something like that, some non-reasonable or it looks not like age, that column will be skipped, or our BODS job will show that error that okay, data must have some issue, fix it. That's why it is always mandatory that data type should match with our data. And then city is also in text format. Varchar is a text. But our field size is 4 only. And it is not possible that, okay, right now I'm just took the sample data ABCD. That's why single character. But our real-time name should be, so your Monish, right? So it's a 5-digit name. So it will skip the last letter of your name. So best way, if the field size 50, city 15 is fine. I think I don't see any name beyond 15 at least in India. If you want to give greater size, you can give the greater size. Let's take 25. I don't think beyond 25 we will need this city column. Okay, let's go to the now delimiters. So as in the file we have used comma as a delimiter, we'll use the comma by default. Okay, just skip it as well. It's not required. All those things, default format and all this is also not required. If you are using date format, then use this date default format. Okay, it's what date you are using, what format, YYYDDD or DDMMY, whatever it is, time or date. Then these 2 columns are important. Skip row header. So we have included this name as city, but how BODs will know that okay, first column is a header. That's why we'll use this column as S. Skip row header. Now if you see, this name, age and city has becoming header now. If I put no, then this name and age is a record for it. To avoid that, just do yes. Okay, now whatever is there, it is also came. And right row header, yes, we won't write it, right? Right row header, what exactly it will do, if you are using any target file as a text file, then it will write the headers as well. Otherwise, if you not selected this as a no, then it will only have the data. It will not have header. And when you generate the file, you will say that okay, it is not. It's a headerless file. No one is gonna track it. And code page. This is also sometimes you need to select is like UTF-8 or UTF-16. If you have some that kind of a records, as of now it is not required. Just keep it default. And okay, now your file format is ready. Okay. Let's check in job 3. We have workflow. I will just delete these 2 workflows. It is not required. And inside Pune, okay, input file I've kept and make it as a source. Are you with me, Monish? So just drag and drop here inside the data flow and make it as a source. Okay. Now we just need target. So for target, yesterday I think we have created one file, right? We can use the same. It's not required to change every time. This test 1, 2, 3 will use the same. Now if you see, we have one input file and one output file, and we don't have a mediator. So what we need to do here now? I told you yesterday's session what we need to do, which mediator, which transformation we use. So we have input file and we have output file. We need some mediator right here. Extraction, transformation, and then load. So that E and L is already there, but T, the transformation is not there. Which transformation we use? Simply here we have query transformation. We can use simply that. If you are not aware that okay, which transformation you use, by default you can use query transformation. It is in the right side, it is mentioned. And now you can just do the connections. And inside query, let's put all this in. And now save, validate, and now execute. Okay, job 3 successfully. Did you see this? And if you see now, first then try to read this trace as well. Okay, it is not realistic in that much good, but yeah, this is how it is. We have got. So now here job 3 started. After that you will see workflow, inner workflow India started. Inside that workflow Pune started, and then Pune execution started. This is script we have put right in the print statement. Then process to execute data flow. Data flow is started. Data flow in memory cache. Data flow India is Pune completed. Then data flow completed, workflow completed, and job completed. Yeah, so I'm trying to say is like first is job, then workflow, and then data flow. So first it will go to job, then workflow, then data flow complete, then workflow complete, then job complete. So it's in sequential format. But you just need to understand that okay, if you are getting a text file, how ETL works. So yeah, it's acceptable that you have a file. Then you just need to create one file format here, and that format will. And now we'll see the output. This is input. Now I'll show you how output looks like. We have this test 1, 2, 3. This test 1, 2, 3 is a output file now, and I'll just open. We have loaded it correctly. This input and this output file. Okay. So that it will create clear for you. And just close this file. Let's go to the BODS, and I told you right that filter I was telling that on that day. So let's understand. Let's put one filter. Okay. Let's put one filter. Okay. Go to where condition. Put age. Age should be greater than 25. So your file must have 1000 of record, but you just want to take those people. Now I will execute it. Successful. This is the input file. And now I'm opening output file. See, we have input so many records, and in output we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. So the age of A is 22, it is shift. Age of C is 20, its age is 25, but we have strictly given more than 25. So it skipped 25 record as well. If you want C, then what we can do is like go to in this where condition, greater than or equal to, keep this condition. So what we are trying to say, it's uska age, either it should be at 25 or it should be greater than 25. So whatever the logic we will give, BODs will act like that only. So you got this point, right? No need to more explanation. This E is also skipped because the age of E is also 23. The same thing you can give, age should be 25 and CT is equals to Pune. Okay, this filter we'll use now. So either age is more than is equal to or greater than 25 and CT is Pune. Save it. Now I'll execute. So these are the common things I'm just trying to explain, simple terms. So we are loading here in the text format only. So it will generate the text file in the, so either you can, use the text format or you can use a SQL server, Microsoft SQL or Oracle SQL or Azure SQL as well. Anything you can use. Just one thing. If you see this target file now, it is blank now. Why? Can you just give me the answer? It should have some records, right? But it is populated as a blank file. How this happened? So I understand what we have given the condition. Age should be more than 25. Age is less than that. That's why BODS and this header is there because we have remember when we are creating the file format, we said that right row header option we have kept it as yes. So every file will have a header, but it may or may not have a records based on your logics. You just need to load it in SAP ECC. So how you will gonna do that? Either you will use SAP SLT or either you will use ad hoc load approach or you will have ABAP load program. First understand that what kind of a load approach you are going to do in SAP. If it is a ABAP program, then also we'll use bots because ABAP program, there are so many things that ABAP people will tell you that, okay, file format should be like this, date format should be like this, data should be in this specific format only. So, and the business, you can tell business that, okay, use this same format, but 100% I'll tell you that they will do some blunders in the data. So what you can do is like you can use this business file as a blend, as an input in our BODS, and whatever the logics and whatever the requirement above people will tell you, you can implement that in the SAP BODS and you can populate in SAP BODS or Informatica. You on that day you said that, right? The same options you will get in the Informatica. Informatica and BODS are brothers only. The parent company is different. Yeah, Excel. Tomorrow I'll explain you. After that we have, I told you some logics, right, in query transformation, like how to put the filters like that, these options, right, how to put the filter and how to improve some 2-3 options I will cover here. Out of the 6 to 7 options, we will just need 3 to 4 options that I will tell you. After that we have some other transformation as well. This transformation, this query transformation, this is fine, but we have some other options, right? If you go to the transformation tab, you should see n number of options we have. So what are they? At least conceptually you need to understand. If someone is saying you need to do pivoting, so what exactly pivot works? What exactly reverse pivot works? What is table comparison? What is XML pipeline? At least you should not understand. Of course, you don't want hands-on, but at least understand that what exactly it is created. That entire one session I will tell you, I will give you, and all the overview I will give you these transformations.
Alright, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you guys. Which of the following is not a common source system for data extraction in SAP ETL? Option A, relational databases. Option B, flat files. Option C, web services. And option D, SAP ECC, Enterprise Central Component. So now, take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Good luck, guys. Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
So let's understand how, let's assume that you got some data in the format of Excel. Last time we studied that, okay, we are getting the data in form of text. Let's assume that you got the Excel file now. And this file looks like this. So in the first column, we have name. In the second column, we have age. And in the third column, we have city. Same data I'm using so that it's easy to understand for you. Let's create some more column or some more data. Age of I is 22. Again, it is from Pune. You understood, right? We have only 3 columns now. But in real time, you may have like 100 of column or 200 of columns. Okay, I'm just closing it. Let's go to the BODS. Let's go to the ETL. So I've created, okay. So what is the process of creating flat files? Can you tell me? I showed you in the last session. Here in the flat file, we'll right click and new. Same way, we'll go to the local object library, click on the formats. We have 5 to 6 options here. Click on the formats, right click on the Excel workbooks, right click and new. Okay. I've tested this. I think we don't have a direct access because while installing BODS, there is one more option that if you want to, install Excel adapters or not. And I think Excel adapters are not, installed here. No worries. At least we can create the workbook and test and execute the job. If it is adapters are installed, then well and good. It is not installed, job will fail. At least you will get the idea how to create it because it's same as like flat files. So here format name, give anything like my first Excel book. Okay. Now, this is the option. Go to directory. So just click on it, select the folder. So what we did is like in the desktop, I have created one input folder. Last time also I have shown you. Just select the folder. You just want the location of that folder where we have placed our file. So in real time, you may have some third-party server where all the files, your client server, all the files are residing there. You can give the location of that server. And here, file name. So file name is our Excel input one. Don't forget to, put the extension .xlsx. Okay, anyways, it is automatically taken here. But in real time, sometimes I saw that, okay, when you are giving the file name, it won't take it. So if you miss this, your job will fail. It will not understand what kind of file you are extracting. So never forget of using this extension, Excel extension. So maybe you said that you have Informatica as ETL tool, right? Yeah, so in Informatica is I told, right, certain brother of BODS. Everything whatever I'm showing here, it is the same in the same options will be there in Informatica. Maybe some different, some different options, different name of that option, different GUI. I'm not saying that it is completely identical, but I'm just saying it's a brother. So all options you will get there, but you just need to find out what exactly are the options. If you go to this PowerPoint presentation as well, if you see that these two options are very important. That first one is directory and second one is nothing but where we have kept your file. So it's not required that always go to this select folder and no. If you have a link, just paste it here. Because in third party server, you may not find the path from here itself. If you have a path ready, they just copy and paste it here, no problem, and just paste the file name as well. But what I was telling is like while copying the file name, don't forget this extension, otherwise job will fail. Now, how to access this? So there we have two options: name range and worksheet. So you may know, right, that in Excel we have so many inside the one Excel file we have many workbooks we can create, and number of workbooks we can create. As of now, I'm using sheet 1, but I may have sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, and so on and so forth. We have multiple options, but there is only one worksheet which we want to access one time. Okay, this may have 4 sheets, but we can, populate one sheet at a time. So just copy the sheet name. I'm just copying it sheet 1. Just close it. Okay. And the same sheet name, you can just use it here as a worksheet. It's a sheet name. There is one more point. If you don't want to, there are some complex names or some, sometimes people are from, Italy or Europe, in Germany, some Argentina, some these kind of a countries, and they use local language. They don't use Excel as in Excel. They use maybe their which language they mostly use. I saw that Spanish or something. They use like that straightforward. I work with Argentina people. They directly customize their language default language as Spanish, and they simply give Spanish names in Excel sheets. And sometimes you don't understand, and sometimes while typing it will do some mistakes. So to avoid that, use this option, number option. So you know that, right, which number worksheet number you have with the data. If you have the data in first worksheet, just keep the number 1. If you want to use the 5th workbook, use the 5th number workbook. That's it. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I always prefer name. I always prefer the name. Custom range. So custom range is something like, okay, I'll give you an example. So this is your Excel book, and you have 3 columns. 1, 2, 3. You just want only 2 data, 2 columns, A to B. That's it. And that too, you want to data from A has to 5 to B has to 5, A has to 6 to B has to 6. You just want that data. Only first 5 rows you want. From F, you don't want anything. You can customize it. Go to the BODS. Give the custom range. You want A as to 5, A5 as to B5. Okay. This range you can give. Sometimes just clicking these 3 dots, it will automatically take all these things. Select it. Okay. So it is automatically taken now A1 to C11 because we have 11 rows. If you see this in workbook, we have 11 rows. So while clicking on this 3 dot, it will automatically take the data. Yeah, all of them. If you want to customize it, you can very well customize it. What I always prefer that just give 5,000. So because today we got 11 rows. Maybe tomorrow in the next next month, maybe your client will give 100 rows. In the again next month they will give 1,000 rows, something like that. So best way, give the highest range. That okay, how you should know, right? And then you are dealing with the business, you must understand that okay, how many rows or how many records you are expecting. Give this range. Okay, ask your developer that okay, give this range to 5,000 or 50,000, whatever suits you. Again, there is one more option, extend range. Maybe Today they have given 3 rows. Same like text file I told you, right? It's in the text file I showed you that option that maybe in the next one they have added one more column, address, and you already given only 3 fields. A has to C only you have given, and suddenly they have included a D column. What will do? Use extend range, or maybe you have given 5,000 records. Okay, maybe you have given 5,000 records. Today you got the file which having 5,200 records. Use check mark this extend range. So though you have given 5,000, it will not truncate it. It will include all the records. It will include all the ranges. Okay, this is the beauty of this option, extend range. So that's why in this way you will not miss any data. That's why I always stick on the extend range, so that if you get anything, you will not have any issues. And now use first row values as a column names. Yes, because in first row we have used the column names. In the first row we have column names. So that's why always make sure that you have ticked it. If you're not ticked it, then DODs will consider that okay, this is a individual record, and we don't want it because it's a header. So just tick this option.
Okay.
And click on import schema. If you are clicking the import schema, it will take automatically all the fields. We have 3 fields, it will automatically take 3 fields. Where can this age is a number double, don't take it double. Use number integer, because age is an integer. Double make what is the issue with double? Double is nothing but a float, or yeah. So best way is integer, because it's not a fraction, it's a 1 2 3 number as well. So it's integer. And now okay, click on okay. You got this now. My first Excel book. Okay. So I'll just drag and drop here on this option. Okay. To do the transformation, again I'm using query. Okay. I told you yesterday, right? If you don't know which transformation you want to use, simply use query transformation. It's a basic thing, nothing to do with it. Okay. Now I think I've told you, right, how to do the drag and drop. Let's say when you do the first time, you may think you will get blank option here. Okay, everything is blank here. This is your input, and in this output you have not marked anything. If you try to validate it, it will show an error. No columns defined for target schema. Okay, so do all the select all. I think in my select all, and just simply drag and drop here. All these 3 columns will be there. Now try to save it. And now execute this job. While executing, always make sure that your file should be closed. It is applicable for text file as well, because if the file is open, then BODs will fail. The BODs adapter will fail. So always make sure that the file is not open, and just execute this job. Let's see if its adapter is installed, then job will execute. Okay, job is completed successfully. That means you have adapter is there. While installing BODs, they have installed adapter Excel adapters as well. Now go to the monitor and see how many count. 10 rows, of course. Yeah, we have 10 records. 10 records is successfully pulled. Let's see the output file. So text 1 2 3 I have created. If you see this now, I have today I have created these 2 columns, right? I and J also in Excel sheet. These also pulled along with the header, name, age, city. Yes. Today I'll show you that example now. Okay. So we have, let's see if it is working. So that extended option, right? That we have used this extend option. Let's give the range to only 5, C5. Okay. And I've ticked extend range. So as per our logic, if we have giving 5 range only, so 4 records only or 5 records only should get pulled. Let's see how many records BODs will pull. Okay, let me just deselect that option first. I'll just deselect this extend range option, and now I will execute. Now, if you see this, you have only four row count. Why 4? Because our file is having header as 4 record and 1 header, 5 records. Let's just open this file once again. Okay, now it is having 1 header and 4 records. Correct. So it is working as per our logic. Now what we'll do, we'll just select this extend range option. And now we'll try to execute. Now if you see 10 records pool. So though you have given the range wrongly, still BODS is taking all kind of options of A because it's a manual error, right? Sometimes even business also forget that to mention in the email that okay, we have increased our records. They forget it. Though you have selected in your initial discussion that okay, you will get a maximum 5,000 records, but till the production that records will get increased like anything, and everyone get forget it. Okay, in initial discussion we have given 5,000 and some blah blah blah. So to avoid that, best to use these extend range options to avoid any kind of issues. So I hope this is clear to you now, right? Now let's understand. So Excel part is in, then it's good. I mean, you just need to understand the concepts. I think because your role is like that, you need to understand the options which we get it. Okay, now we have to learn some transformations. So many transformations we have, but considering you are just new to this BODS, I will cover some other topics which are little bit simpler to understand, and then in the fifth or sixth session we'll jump on the transformation. But before that, we need to learn how query transformation is. At least this basic transformation you must know. So first option is select. In the select option, you will get this distinct rows. So what distinct rows and how it will work, I will give you an example. Let's suppose we have this option, and I'm just copying so I'm creating duplicate records. So how many duplicates I have created? 4 duplicates I have created. Now we have 14 rows. Let's save it. Let's save this file. Now I'll just deselect this option. Now everything is like the same which previously I was doing. And I'll just save this and I'll execute it. Let's see how many record Excel will pull. It should pull all. See, it is pulling all 14 records. But I told you, right? It is not logically correct. It is not logically correct that you have the duplicates. Clearly, you are seeing the duplicates. You are seeing the duplicates, and still you are pulling the duplicates, and it is worthless. And you are paying SAP and the lakhs of rupees for SAP BODS accesses, and these simple things you are not considering it because of, and you don't want it to clean manually. Okay, this is now easy to clean. That's why you are saying that okay, it is easy to clean. But in business terms, you have hundreds of records and hundreds of columns and lakhs of records. You don't want to go it manually. So best way, go to query transformation, go to select and select distinct rows option. When you select distinct row option, you will get this I symbol. So wherever you are using any kind of column here or option here, you'll find I. If I is not there, that means you are not using that option. Okay. Now again, save it. First, close the file, otherwise job will fail. And now execute it. Completed successfully. Let's see how many rows now. See, you have now, we are executing the jobs multiple times. We have executed. Initially, we have only 2 columns, query and my Excel book, and it is showing row count. But now, third option is included now because we have ticked that option. And now what it is showing that first on the source level, we have 14 records. On the query transformation level, we have 14 records. But while loading in the target file, we got only 10 records. That means 4 records got filtered out because it's duplicate. Now we'll just open the output file and let's see how many records in our target file is having. It should have only 10 records. And it will have. I'm confident. See. It is it is put distinct and all duplicate records got vanished. So
Yeah.
this is, sorry,
No, I got it. I think this.
got it, right? Same thing. I'm just changing the option now. Age is greater than 14, 25. So what it will do, it will just filter out records. So now I'm putting the where condition, it is again showing I column, right? There is one more option, order by. Order by is something like you want alphabetically. Let's suppose you want alphabetically. Put the name, just drag and drop this name column and sort ascending. So this is order by option. So your target file will have all names starting from alphabetically in an alphabetical order. I think I have given all in alphabetical already. So let me just use descending option so that A to I have given, I should be first column. So I'm just giving descending option for the name. And where condition, of course, I'm using age should be greater than 25 is equal to or more than that. Let's execute the job now because we have used multiple options here. Let's see how many records view days will pull and how our target file looks like. See, now how many options we have used? Every options, it is created one entry for in the monitor log. Okay, let's open the target file now. Now, if you see, records count has been reduced, only greater than 25 it is there. And if you see now, it is sorted J, H, G, F, D, C, B, because we have selected descending option order by. So you got it right? Yeah, so these are option, Excel, query transform which provide us. Now only one option is left, group by clause and from clause. So just before jumping on group by clause, do you have any understanding of SQL? SQL and how SQL queries work and how group by clause works. Do you have any understanding? Give one example quickly. We will not waste our time here. But I just wanted to give all kind of options. That's why I'm just emphasizing on that. Okay. So what we'll do here. So first I'll show you how group by clause works. Okay. We have Chetan option is there. Monesh option is column is there. We have again Chetan, again Monesh. So let's understand Chetan is earning 20,000 in and Monesh is earning 50,000. Again, Chetan after it's the initial salary. Maybe after 5 years, after promotion, my salary increased to 30,000 and Monish's salary is increased to 70,000. And this is after promotion. Maybe not salary. Let's take example saving and name. Now you got this option. You got this file, this kind of a file that okay, you have this kind of data you have, and at the end your client is saying that I don't want this one, that initial mein Chetan ka salary was 20,000, after that it has increased to 30,000. I don't want that. I just want the summation, like after promotion how much Chetan saved and how much Monesh saved. How to do that? Let me just save this first, or we'll use the same here, sheet 1 only, because I just don't want to change anything. Okay, so I'll just copy the column A and copy the column B, or else you'll get confused. No problem. Sheet 2 only we'll use. We need to create one more Excel sheet. Let's do that. Okay, now we have name and we have savings. Let's clear this where condition it is not required. Order by also let's clear not required. I was telling group by clause, right? So group by. So what we'll do here, let's understand the catch. So we have name column twice and we just want to do the summation on the column B. So our how to tell BODs that okay, check the names where names are same, do the summation. So our key column is name. So in group by clause, just drag and drop this name column. Okay, khatam. Simple. So now where names are repeating, it will create one record only and some savings. Now here we have to give the sum. Okay. Now if try to validate the option, it will show an error. It will throw an error. What exactly it is throwing an error? Okay. Additional information like was not found in group by clause savings because output columns either in a group by clause or inside it should be aggregated. So how to tell BODs that okay, do the summation? I mean, we should tell them, right? You have to do the summation. So go to the mapping at sum. This option sum means addition, and now if you validate it, it will show no error found. Now I try to execute. Don't go in the go to text technicalities. Just understand the process which I'm trying to explain you. See, job is terminated because I told you, right? Our Excel sheet we should not open, keep it open. Just save it, close it. Same with the target file. Should not open, close it, and now execute. See, now Chetan saving is 50,000 because before promotion I have 30 and 20 and after promotion I have 30 and Monish savings are 1,20,000. Just understand group by clause is something like to do the aggregation on your columns. So your technical team will very well understand it, but you just know, you must know that these options, BODs is so the query transformation and BODs is providing. So I think I have covered this option, the query transformation completely too. There is one more option, group by clause. This one, from clause. So we can perform if you have multiple sources. Let's assume we have text file as well, or any SQL table we have. Instead, I have created that option, one input file or input. This is the option. And if you have two sources, we go to the from clause. We have join pairs. So let's select first column as left table, select second column as right table, and we have two options here. One is left outer join and one is inner join. So what is inner join and left outer join? Do you have any understanding of these options, inner join and outer join? Just tell me, friend.
No.
Don't know. Okay, so this is your homework. It will take 5 minutes only. Just understand in the book. Just Google it. What is inner join and what is left outer join? Tomorrow I'll ask you. Just explain the concept, and then I'll show you how it works in the BODs. But these are the basics, I think. Before understanding ETL, this someone should know. But no problem. I'll explain you tomorrow. But I'm giving you 5 minutes of exercise. At least do that if you don't want to do any hands-on. Okay. And now we have XML option as well. So in data migration, you will hardly get any. I mean, you never get an XML because XML is something like critical data, or no one will use nowadays. I think someone use JSON files nowadays, but no one will use XML file. But I will show you where you will get this option. You will have this nested schemas. Just expand it. Just right click, new, you will get three options: DTD file, XML schema, or JSON. So I think you may or may not, I'm not sure what is JSON or XML. That also you can go and check it on Google, like what is JSON file and what is XML file. XML you might have known. Just click on this, use the format name, just do the browsing, give the path name what we did for Excel sheets, same like that. Root element name, namespace. If you are knowing XML, how XML works, you will get this understand what is root element name or not. If you are not getting, just leave it. But this is how you create the XML schema. Click hit on OK, and yeah, very well you can do the same thing like Excel sheets. No worries. Now let's jump on other topics. We have some important topics as well. Okay, this you have understood now. Okay, Chetan, this is where condition, this is order by, something like that. But now I just want a timestamp in this target file itself. Whenever you are giving, whenever you want to execute the job, should have some date. Okay, but in your input file, you don't have a date. How to do that? This is our target thing. In the right side, this is the target sim, this is the separator, and after, the right side of separator shows you how many columns in target file having, and the left, the left part of the separator, it will show that how many columns in our extract file is having. We can create a number of columns in our target. Just click on right click, new output column, insert below, and we'll use data. The data type of date is date you can put here, or date time, whatever you want. If you want to print time as well, use date time. If you want to put only date, you can use data. I just wanted to print date, that's it. And in the date, sys date. This is the sys date. I mean, in SAP also we have this sys date option, right? Okay, now let's try to execute this job. Okay, you will get now the date column as well. Date is printed, today's date is printed. Okay, you got this now, right? So let's assume our business scenario that you may have hundreds of data flows in your job, and every job you have created this date column. And now we have hard coded this one, right? I mean, we have used this sysdate option, but maybe in data migration we have to print our what we can say go live date. Maybe your go live date is on 1st of December 2024. You can do the hard coding 01/12/2024. Okay, and you have hard coded this, so this date will print in your target file anyway. But now understand this law, the catch that okay, you did this you did the development cycle, then you do testing cycle, you do the dress rehearsal cycle, and you are going for the production now. But due to some business scenario, this production date got changed, and you have hundreds of data flows and hundred of jobs where you have hard coded this data. Now you can't ask your developer to go manually and change the date. And if he agrees also, it is not possible that in 1,000 of location you don't want to change the date. It's a manual error, and we are humans. There is a chance always that we will do some mistakes. So how to do smartly? We have global variable concept. So variable is something which holds the data. Okay, and we can create n number of variables in our job. So variables which is like instance which can hold the data. So we can create just, there is one option here. See, you're seeing the screen. If I'm going to this option, it is showing variables. Click there. We have two types of variable. One is local variable, one is global variable. First, we'll create global variable. Just click on insert, double click on it. My go live date. I have just given this option, go live date. Data type is date, and value, either you can do hard code or you can do system. I'll just hard code it simply. I just don't want to complicate it. Usually we do the hard coding only because we have to give future data, right? So, and I'll tell you, if you are doing the migration, your client is doing migration for first time, definitely they will do the changes in the go live date, because nothing is set. The first go live is always tedious. So let's give one date 01.12.2024. Now we have hard coded this value. Just click on OK. Just copy this variable. Always give the $G underscore your name. This is our naming convention looks like for global variable. Just go to this data flow now, remove this hard coding and put the value here. Just pass the global variable as a part of data. Okay. And now try to save it. And now execute the job. Now your text file should have the sorry. Now you have the data, right? I mean 2001, 20. I think this is the formatting, DDMM YY formatting maybe. I just did some wrong. So I should give YYYY 2024.DDMM. Okay. But you got the catch now, right? I mean, you have 100 of variable, 100 of data flows. Use this global variable directly. So let's suppose you have, so many data flows. Okay, this job right now is this job have like 4, 5, 6 data flows. Simply go each and every data flow, create one date column, and simply use this global variable. Your job is done. You don't want, and if later point of time you want to change the date, just go to this global variable, change the date. That's it. That's it. You are done. Now this is the global variable. I told you, right? I mean, I was using global variable concept. Now what is local variable? Let's understand that as well. Let's see. If you have, let's assume you have workflows. This is workflow 1. And okay, workflow. Let's show. Okay. And you have workflow, another workflow. In first workflow, you have used this global variable. Okay, and global variable I told you, right? The scope of global variable is on the job level. So job may how many items you have used, nothing to do. It will print the global variable directly. It will not throw an error. But what is local variable? Let's go to this workflow level and now create local variable. Create one local variable. So $L, sorry, $L local variable. And this local variable is something like text field. Its length is, let's suppose 15. Okay. The scope of, and I'll just create a script here. Print. Okay. I think we can use the same data flow and we can use, but what I was trying to say, because we are running out of time, maybe I'll explain you, I will demonstrate tomorrow that global variable is on the job level. So if you are defining the global variable on job, if you are using inside this workflow or inside this workflow, doesn't matter. But what local variable is like, if you are defining local variable on this workflow level, and if you are trying to, using this, I'll just use, I've created in another workflow. Now I'm trying to use it here, local variable. And if you try to validate it, it will show invalid mapping, because it is saying that now it is showing the error that declare variable in the context that is being used. It is saying that declare the variable for this workflow or this data flow. You cannot simply use you have, if you see this workflow and if you try to open this, it will not show local variable here in the first workflow. But if you open another workflow and if you try to open this variable option, you will get local variable, one global variable. So this is the simple thing. If you have a basic programming background, so everyone knows that what is local and what is global. Global is the entire scope, and local variable is the limited scope. That particular workflow only we can use that. Inside this workflow, you may have n number of options. You can very well use it. The local variable, global variable, you can use as well, but you cannot use any local variable to this. So I'll give in this business side scenario that this workflow belongs to Pune. Let's suppose I'll just rename it workflow underscore Pune and rename it workflow underscore Mumbai. Let's say you are doing the data migration for Pune and you are doing the data migration for Mumbai. If your go live date is same for both Pune and Mumbai, you can create one global variable and you can give the data. You can give the go live date. In that you can pass it in the global variable. But Pune go live date of Pune and go live date of Mumbai is different, and both belongs in the same job. You can create local variable. You can create one parameter, and you can just pass the value in the local variable. So that in this way, in the Pune level you can control the data, and Mumbai level you can control the data. Because whatever the local variables you have created for Mumbai, you cannot use it in Pune, and whatever the local variables you have created for Pune, you cannot use it in Mumbai. I'll give the demonstration tomorrow. No problem. This is substitution parameter. So what is substitution parameter? We understood the local and global variables now, right? How the scope is. But if you are defining a global variable in the first job Excel, we have created my go live date. Let's try to use it in another job. We have job 3. Job 3 mein, we have one data flow. And I'm trying to use it. Yahan pe bhi I have created one date column. Set below. Same like that. And I'm using date. And I'm trying to pass this global variable and try to validate it. It will throw an error. What error it is showing? That declare the variable in the context is being used. That means it is saying that you have, it is not getting this option. Where is global variable? You have not defined this under job 3. If you see this palette, you will not get it. That means if you are creating a global variable for one job, you can use in that job only. You cannot use in another job. So that's why to address this difficulty or address this issue, we have substitution parameter. So what substitution parameter we can create? Just go to tools, substitution parameter configurations. Click on this one. These are the substitution parameters we already have. Let's create one more. $. It's the naming convention is $, substitution parameter underscore go live date. Just copying it and just what data it should have. It should 2024.12.12. 12 December 2024 is your go live date. Okay, I'm just copying this. Now let's see how many jobs we can use it. Let's go to our job Excel. Go to date. Just try to paste it. Validate it. What is the invalid mapping? Additional syntax error at line 1. I think I'm doing something wrong. Okay, no worries. Tomorrow I'll explain this.
Okay.
Okay, substitution parameter. Okay, I got it now. And we cannot directly use that data, but we can directly paste it as here. In the value, you can put it here. Now it will not show an error. Okay. So you can use this because this is a parameter. This is not variable. So you have to pass it as a value. Use this global variable. And now it will not throw an error. Now if I execute this job, okay. Now, if I'm trying to execute this, let me just delete this because it is not required. It will execute now. Oh, it's failed. Why? Okay, I think there is something wrong. I'll just show it tomorrow, no problem. But yeah, so global variable, local variable, and this substitution parameter. So substitution parameter, you can use it any job, not on the project as well. You have n number of projects segregated, right? Any project you can use. Under this BW HANA RDP, this is your repository. You can use the substitution parameter anywhere, in any job, any project, any data flow, any workflow. So this is like top level scope. This substitution parameter have global variable. The scope of global variable is limited to that, restricted to that job, and local variable. The scope of this local variable is restricted to that particular object you might have created for any workflow or data flow. So it is restricted on local parameters. You cannot use it anywhere. So it's a safest option that if you have, I mean, if you create this, on the top of global level, everyone will, whatever, how many projects it's having, everyone will use it. And if you don't want to do that, create a local instance. If you want the data should be, treated globally, you can create the global variable. And if you want it across the globe or across your repository, you can create substitution parameter.
Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
Let's take in string, like 25 characters. And let's say, I am SAP VODS trainer. Okay, this is our string. Let's take an example. Let's take one more workflow. Workflow Mumbai. Nagpur, let's say. Okay, so we have two workflows and we have created this global variable. This is defined on job level. If you see this, when I'm clicking on job Excel, our job, and then I'm going to this variable tab, you will get this both the global. Yesterday we have created this go live, my go live date or something like that. This also will just put. Now let's come to the job Excel. First, just come to the global variable workflow Pune, and in workflow Pune, let's try to print our global variable. Okay, so global variable value. So what I'm doing here is, when you are doing print statement in single quotes, whatever you want to print, it will take as it is, and then put some two pipes. This symbol is pipe, two pipes, which is works as a concatenation, and then paste our variable name, and then close it and semicolon. This is the syntax of print statement. So this is the whatever we are printing in single quotes, it will just print it in the console as it is in the output level. And what we want to print, which value we want to print, we are just wanted to print the global variable value, just so that we have used this pipe, two pipes as it will work as a concatenation. And now try to validate it. Same thing we will do. Just copy this. We have another workflow, right? We'll just print it here as well in workflow Nagpur. But how we can get that? Okay, it came to the Nagpur workflow. Let's put this statement as we are in Nagpur workflow. So this statement will tell that okay, we came to the Nagpur workflow. So see, we are not getting any error. That means again we have called this global variable in both the variable. I mean, this is the scope is scope of global variable is on the in the complete job. So wherever you want to put, you can put it and you can execute the job. Let's execute this job and let's see how our output looks like. Oh, what is the error? Syntax error. Yeah. See, we got the error now. What it is saying that it's a syntactical anomalous expression. Said check the syntax error. Let's go to the job level and let's find out where we did some mistake. Okay. Parameter is not set. Let's delete that parameter first. It is not required. Now, okay, it is validated. No error found. As yesterday, I was showing something, right? That parameters. I have created one blank parameter. That 42. It was throwing an error. Now I'm executing the job. Let's see how our output looks like. So now if you see, job Excel started, workflow Pune started, and then it is printing the value, global variable value, I am BODS trainer. Then data flow started. So data flow completed here. And then now if you see, workflow Pune completed, then workflow Nagpur started, because we have processed both the workflows in sequential manner. So once Pune workflow complete, then only Nagpur workflow, the execution of Nagpur workflow will start. Then the print statement we have put, right? We are in Nagpur workflow, that it is showing the value. Then global variable value, again, I am a BODS trainer. So global variable is working now because we have defined it on job level. Now let's see local variable. If we have defined, okay, yesterday we have defined one variable, right? Local variable, $L local variable. Let's copy this. So we have defined it inside the Pune workflow. If you see, I'm just going inside Pune workflow and I've defined it here. If you go in Nagpur workflow, you will not see that local variable. See, it is not there. It will not show because its scope is limited to that Pune workflow itself. Let's go to the script part and let's assign some value to the local variable. So let's give the value 15 because I have defined it as integer. And now again, let's try to print it. You stop me whenever you want to find some difficulties. Okay. So now I have defined the value 15 here, and this is our local variable. We are printing local variable. Now let's try to execute this. First, let's validate it. Okay, we are not getting any issues. So whenever you are getting this yellow thing, right? This is warning, and we can very well check that warning. What is this? But yeah, I'll tell you one thing that you should always, being an engineer, is always told that ignore the warnings, only consider the errors. So jokes apart, but yeah, you can ignore the warnings here as well. If you want, you can clear that, but yeah, it's not mandatory because your job will execute it. Now, if you see that global variable value, I am BODS trainer, and local variable value 15. So that means local variable scope is working. Let's try to, go to Nagpur workflow and let's try to print the same statement. what I did is I'm just trying to print local variable here inside the print statement. Let's validate it and what exactly it is saying the error. Okay, it is saying that referencing an undeclared variable. So why it is saying undeclared? Because for Nagpur, it is undeclared. We have not declared it. Either we can go in Nagpur overflow and declare it, or we can delete it simply. It's required that, okay, you have to first define and then no problem. You can just complete your printing and scripting part whenever you are working, right? Whenever your developer will work, they will directly, start writing this code. They will finish it off. So whatever global variable and local variable they have created, they will just do the validation, and one by one they will create after that. So that is also, reverse also condition you can do. So I hope your global and local variable concept is clear now. I just explained this in very hurry, so that's why I'm just explaining this, because it's a very basic concept. Before understanding variables, you will not understand the further concepts. That's why I'm explaining in detail. So one more thing I just wanted to tell you. Okay, now we have this global variable. What value we have given it to this? Assign it to the global variable. Can you just read it?
What's that? Sorry.
I'm saying which value we have assigned to this global variable. We have given some value, right, to this global variable. This is the global variable scope. That is fine. You have defined, but maybe you have changed your mind and you want to change the value. Okay. Okay, I'll give you a real-time example. So this is global variable. You will work in n number of, let's suppose you have a job and you have n number of workflows. Here we have like workflow Pune and workflow Nagpur. So you have given, okay, let's take this example, my go live date. So what go live date you have used here? 2024, 12 December 2024. Okay. But your business told that, the go live date of Pune will be the same, but go live date of Nagpur will be changing. It is not 12 December, it is like 12 December 2025. What will do? The global variable is single and you don't want to create one more global variable. You can very well create that another global variable and referencing the name that underscore, my go live date underscore Pune, my go live date underscore Nagpur, but it is not required. What you can do, simply go to the Nagpur. You just copy it first. Okay. Just go here, put it, the my go live date is equals to, now give you want whatever the date you want, 2025, 12 December 2020. Now what we have did is like, okay, first we'll validate what exactly it is saying. Expecting something. Okay, identify. That means you have missed semicolon. If in the script, you should be using semicolon in each statement, otherwise it will throw an error. Now validate. Okay, error is gone. Now let's execute this job now. Okay. So if you see workflow Pune, local value, global variable value, what is it? Okay, I have not printed it. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'll just print it here. Okay, my go live date. So if you see workflow Pune started, then it is saying global variable value 2024 12 December 2024 inside the Pune. And now let's go to the workflow Nagpur. If you see global variable value, what it is saying, 2025 12 December. Are you with me? Yeah. So this value, what exactly we are doing? We are overriding the value on top of global variable. We are overriding here because we want to change the value in this workflow. So changed value will be, only in it will happen in Nagpur only. If you have third workflow, let's take an example. We have, rename it workflow Give me another city. So Nasik. And if you are printing the value here in the Nasik, now I'm printing the value in third workflow. Let's see. So see, in Pune workflow, it is showing 2024 date. In Nagpur, it is showing 2025 date. Let's see what the value in Nagpur workflow Nasik will show. First, we'll validate it. Oh, again, we did some mistake. See, I also forget, give the semicolon every time. So that is, make sure that you are validating properly. And then only you are execute. See, in workflow Pune, value is 2024. Then in workflow Nagpur, the value is 2025. And again, in the Nasik workflow, value is 2025. Why in Nasik workflow, value is 2025? Tell me. Correct. That's what I'm saying. So though it's a scope, it's a global scope, we have changed the value and we are following in a sequential manner. So here, once it will went to the Nagpur workflow, value is already changing. So it will not take the 2024 value. Whatever value we have defined on the global level, it will not take because it is changing here. So if you want to just avoid this situation, this is not our business scenario, right? Business only told that we have changed the value for Nagpur only. We have not changed the value for Nasik, right? They said that. So what we can do is, you can just create one local variable here, and this is the requirement of local. Why they have given local variable? Create one local variable here, and give this local assign this global or local the value to the local variable, and then print it, so that it will print it in itself in the Nagpur level. Okay, or else you can just go here and reassign your value to 2024. That also you can do. I hope it is clear. Yeah, this is like scope level. You are executing in this. Okay, I'll just give one more thing. Now let's see. I'm just deleting these strings. I'm just now putting Nasik as second workflow and Nagpur as third workflow. Now what will happen? If I print the statement, which date workflow Pune will print, which date Nasik will print, and which date Nagpur will print? Can you just tell me? The sequence have changed. I have kept Nasik workflow to the second one, and Nagpur workflow is a third workflow. Now if I execute this job, which workflow print which value for that date, go live date? We have printed global variable, right? That go live date in each workflow, and we have changed it in Nagpur level. So now tell me, that's what I wanted to tell you, because developer will do this mistake. They thought that okay, we are defining only this workflow and this value should be assigned to this one, but this is wrong because it's a global variable. It is changing the value globally. So if you want to change anything on the local level, create local variables.
Got it.
Now substitution parameters. It's a scope level is repository level. Repository is nothing but your workspace you assign. So in real-time project, this repository might name as repo_Monish. My repository will be repo_Chetan. The trainer's repository, that support guy, maybe his repository is repo_Irfan. So you have 3 repositories. And if you are defining, I told you yesterday, right? Go to tools and go to the substitution parameter configurations. Here you can create the substitution parameters. So if you have here also I have created one go live date. I'll just create another one. First, substitution parameter. I've created this one now. First substitution. And I'm just giving the value something like India. Okay. So this substitution parameter I'm using, I'm just copying it. So how we can use it? So its scope is based on complete repo level. So in your repo, in this BW HANA RDP, how many projects we have? This n number of projects we have. How many jobs we have? This hundreds of jobs we have. How many workflows we have? Like thousands of workflows we have. In those workflows, jobs, data flows, whatever it is, you can use this value directly. You not worry that, okay, because global variable is in only job level, right? You cannot use the global variable of job Excel in this monitoring test job, right? That I've told you already. So if you want any dynamic or any defaulting thing, you can just define some substitution parameter and call it. Let's see how we can call it. Go to the workflow Pune, go to the script. Let's print it. Print my first substitution parameter colon and pipes. Of course, without the pipes, we cannot do the concatenation. Now, here in local and global variable, we are directly pasting the name. But remember yesterday we are getting the error. That is the error because we are not properly properly calling it. To call this substitution parameter, we have to use brackets, square brackets, and inside square brackets you can paste the value. This is the only change. So if you want to call substitution parameter, use this square brackets. For local and global variable, it is not required. Okay. And now let's see what value it will print. First, we'll see if we are getting any validation errors. No, we are not having any validation error. Let me save it and let me execute it. Okay, what exactly it is saying? I'm doing correct. So if you are with me, it's saying substitution parameter first substitution para is not defined. See what we did is like initially we created it, but somehow it was not saved. That's why BODS is showing the error that it is not defined. Without defining, we cannot call it. First, we need to tell this ETL tool that okay, this is the substitution parameter, and this is the value, and we have not defined it. Now, if I execute this job, it will not throw an error. It will execute it properly. See, it's executed. Let's try to find out where is. See, my first substitution parameter colon India. It is printing the value now. If any job, if you are in any project as well, let's take another project. We have some HR. Let's take another hello world project we have, right? Let's go to this hello world project. I'll just create one job here. I'm just creating in front of you substitution parameter. I don't want to create any workflow global variable or something. I just wanted to print the values. So I'm just creating one script. And I'll just try to execute this now. It's a substitution parameter, so we can create any job in any project and we should be good. Let's see if it is executing. Yeah, it's executing and its value is printing India. That means substitution parameter is on the global level for your, for repository level, and you can call it at any point of time. I have taken hello world project. Here I have created one job, and here I am calling this substitution parameter, and it is working because I told you, right? Its scope is in the repo level. So in any repo, if you're whatever the objects you are creating, if you are creating job, another project, doesn't matter. But you cannot call a global variable here, which we have created for your jobs. We are
Mhm.
executing job Excel, right? This job we are working right now from last 2 days. See this one, job Excel. So whatever global variables we have created for this job Excel, you cannot execute it in substitution parameter job. You have to redefine those global variables for the new job. But in case of substitution parameter is not required because it's on the global scope. It's on the repo scope. So parameter is something which is different with the substitution parameter. Parameter is like it's a brother of local variable. But parameter
Mhm.
we can define it on input or output. It can be input or it can be output. So parameters holds the value. Just understand what I'm trying to say. Parameters holds the value. We can assign it to the local or global variable. Okay, let's not confuse it. I'll cover this parameter part later point of it. As of now, today just local, global, and substitution parameter. Understand? Again, if
Okay.
I had tried to explain this one, you will forget everything. So I'll just explain later point of it. Now let's go to the curriculum. Now let's understand the scripting part. Okay, I'll just create one job here. Script. So what scripting we are looking for? Okay, we have this script. Now you understood print statement, right? No. These transformation, only query transformation I have covered. This is just the basic concepts of programming I'm explaining. Okay, these are the basic concepts of programming. If you go in C language, if you're going in Python language, if you're going SAP BODS, if you're going in maybe in Informatica, I've never worked on Informatica, but if you are going in Informatica also, there also this variable concept will be there. What are the things we can do in the script? First, we can print the statement. Yes, very well, you are free to use anything. Just try to execute this one. So what I did is I just created one job and I just took the script from here, this right bar. Okay. You can rename as well, whatever you want. Or try to execute it. Okay. So printing first statement, it is printing now. Now, the two things we have already saw that, right? We can assign the global variable and local variable in print statement and we can print that value as. How we can do it? Just go to the print and okay, I'll not create, take your time. I'll just show it here in this statement, right? You are just printing this statement and then you are just printing this variable value by using these pipes, two pipes. Okay, that also you can do in script. Okay, now there is one more concept, if else. Do you know if else, what exactly how it works? If else statements. It's a basic in every programming or in every computer software. It is mentioned that if else. If else is nothing but if you have a condition. Let's say let's I'll just show practically that let's if my God, this space bar is not working. How I will do that? Let's create one global variable. Understand if else concept. Okay. So $G, always use the proper naming convention. $G underscore first FIRS and the value is integer. Okay. Let's give the value 5. So now go to there. Now what is our requirement? That if this global variable is equals to 5. Okay, understand this condition. If this global variable, whatever we have given, the value of global variable is 5, then we are printing what we are printing, success. Let's see, it's a password. Let's understand it is a password. Success, you have entered successfully. Maybe this kind of print statement we use, right? Else, let's see, we are not having any condition here. Else is else. Like if value is not 5, then we are printing error. Okay. Now let's validate this statement. We have two issues. Okay. Syntax error near else found if quoted. Okay. And what this error is showing? Syntax error. Okay, let's take another example. Showing like that 5 is equals to 5. So in every statement starting and ending, in other languages, you don't require to use these keywords begin and end. But in BODS, you have to, in the scripting level, you have to use this statement begin and end. So put if condition, what is this? Okay, let's take this proper or whatever our proper statement. This global variable is equal to 5, then print success. You have entered successfully. Statement is ending, begin, end. Else, if else, it is normal, as simple as it is, sounds like it works like that only. If this value is something different, then print error. Okay, let's try to print this statement. Execute. Okay, what exactly it is printing now? Success, you have entered successfully. Because your value is 5, let's try to give another value. Now it will error. That is failing now because we have changed the value. Again, if you have two conditions, let's assume for 5 we have given this statement, but you have another condition. So another condition is else if, and now you are giving some condition that okay, if this global variable is 10, you are changing some statement here. You are changing that okay, giving another option, try to divide by 2. You are giving this statement again, and else, finally else part, begin, print. It's the same thing which we are doing, right? Error. So now we have two conditions. So that's why first condition is if, second one is else if, and then else. So first two conditions are what else if we have given value 5, what if we have given 10, and what if whatever the value we have choose. I am giving 10 value here. Let's see how it works. Okay, what it is saying, giving another option, try to divide it by 5. That means it's working. So you can create n number of statements. I mean, n number of cases you want, else if, and last else. You can create n number, whatever the, I mean, it's a, right now I'm not, not getting any business requirement, but yeah, it's like, it's a normal thing. If else statement you have to use anyways. So you can do very well do that. Yeah, there is one more point I just wanted to cover. This is the last one for today. So I have explained you workflow, right? There is one more option, workflow, another workflow option. There is a conditional workflow. This box, if you see this line, this is a conditional workflow. It is a workflow. It is like a folder only. This is like a folder only, but it is having two options, if and else. The same thing which in a normal workflow. I'll just try to open one normal workflow. Normal workflow में क्या होता है? You will not have any option. So whatever inside that, you can just do it. You will not get any condition or something like that. You have to execute that part. But in conditional workflow, you can very well give the condition. What condition you can give? Same condition we'll try to give this. My first, this global variable value. If this global variable value, sorry. Okay, let's create one more. Let's give some real-time example. Okay, $G city. Where can Pune? Okay. So we have created $G city global variable. Now condition, if this global variable, no, that is not testing. Okay. $G city is equals to Pune. Are you with me?
Yes. Yeah.
Conditional workflow which have conditions. Let's just delete this. Script is not required. Just have one conditional workflow. And we have given city is equals to Pune. Okay. Now we have two workflows, right? Pune and Mumbai we have created. Nasik or Pune we have also created now. Okay. Let's give Nasik because we have this workflow Nasik. It is Nasik. Then workflow Nasik will execute, or else workflow Nagpur will execute. Let me just I'm just deleting unnecessary part. So what we did is like we have created one global variable and give its name to, let's say, Nasik. Okay. So if city, we have two workflows. Let's suppose we have two workflows. One is Nasik and one is Nagpur, and we just want to control it. We have kept both the workflows in the same job, but we want to execute one at a time. Either we want to execute Nasik or either we want to execute for Nagpur. We have built some logic, and business say that okay, today you have to execute for Nasik, and tomorrow you have to execute for Nagpur. And if you are using normal global variable, we cannot fulfill this requirement. So that's why we have two condition. We have introduced conditional workflow. So we have given one condition. Okay, Here, if statement will test that, okay, the whatever city we have given, it is matching with that or not. And then it will try to execute. Now, each workflow we have used one script and we are printing the value that, okay, we are in Nasik workflow. Let's see, let's execute this and let's see how much, like what value it is printing. We have given Nasik value to that global variable because we want to execute for Nasik. If you see, we are in Nasik workflow. Now, I'll give you one more thing. Now try to execute it. Here we have option global variable. And what value we have passed? Nasik. Now we want to give Nagpur. Put just Nagpur. And now try to execute it. Let's see what value it will print. We are in Nagpur workflow. See, this is as simple as that. So conditional workflow is nothing but the which if else statement I showed you in the script level. It works like same. You can put in this here, we can put, I mean, data flow as well. If you don't want workflow, you can directly put data flow. You can use script as well. Whatever you want, you can keep it. But waste way, keep a workflow, and inside that workflow, put your logic. This is your standard coding practices. Yes, the guideline is script is something we have normal statements. Like I've told you, right? You just need to change the value. You just need to print something. You will use
Okay.
script level. But
Okay.
if you have a if you have to build the logic on workflow level itself, then you will use conditional workflows.
I see.
Script will not control this, right? Which workflow we want to execute. Script will not control this. That's why we are using conditional workflow. I just
Got
took this topic because I just explained if else statement, and it is same like that. That's why I took this point today only. So when you are doing the development, first try to understand that if you have any condition to execute this job. If you don't have any conditions, then use normal workflows. But if you have any condition, then use conditional workflow. And I'm damn sure, that while developing a number of conditions, business will give you. And now in script level, I told you, right? If statement, then else if, that also we can perform here. Okay. If it is Nasik, fine. Let's take one conditional workflow here again. And now this conditional workflow is saying that, okay, fine, it's a Nasik, but what is sub-district? Sub-district, sub-city, let's create one global variable. If sub-city is equals to, do you know any city from Nasik? Sub-city or sub-area? Sub-area is equal to something like that. Sub-area is like Kranti Chowk. If sub-area is Kranti Chowk, then only execute this workflow, otherwise execute this workflow. I mean, conditional flow, inside conditional workflow, you can create n number of if else you can create. Did you get this, or should I explain once again? So what I was telling, initially you have one condition that, okay, city should be Nasik or city should be Nagpur. Fine, fair enough. But inside Nasik also, you have sub area, something Kranti Chowk or this road or that road or that road, and you want to only work for Kranti Chowk. Then we have created one more condition that, okay, sub area is Kranti Chowk, then execute. Or else you can execute station workflow. Whatever is, I'm just giving it normal. So in business also gives some 3-4 conditions, right? So how to deal with this is the way. Conditional workflow inside conditional. You can call conditional workflow here. Here also you can call. For Nagpur also we have subdivisions. We have talukas, right? In talukas also we have villages. That in that sense, try to understand the hierarchy and try to understand how many conditional workflows you can create inside it. Okay. Or else I'll open the Excel sheet and I'll just show you what exactly I've explained. So we have India, then we have states, then we have districts, then we have sub-districts. So first you have created one conditional workflow saying that, okay, state is Maharashtra, either it should be Maharashtra or else it should be Goa. But inside Maharashtra, you have created one more conditional. But inside Maharashtra, I just wanted to execute for Pune, not for Mumbai. That also control you have. In Goa, we have Panjim and another city. I don't know about Goa, so I'm just giving Panjim. But in Pune also, you have one more condition. Okay, now you have came to Pune, but inside Pune, you have Baramati district as Baramati city, or you have some Daund city. You can control at this much level. So even inside that also, this is I'm city level. I am giving the example, but in real time, you have n number of condition business will give you, and to occupy that in BODS, it's the best way that use conditional workflow and control it with the global variables. Simply, it's not required anything. Just create some global variable and give some condition.
Alright, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. What is a key consideration when designing ETL processes for SAP environments? Option A, maximizing data redundancy. Option B, minimizing data quality. Option C, ensuring data integrity. And option D, ignoring data governance. Now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, type the correct answers in the comment section below. Good luck, guys! Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
Okay. So workflow is something like our normal folder, you can say. It's an executable object, of course. It's not a folder, you can say. It's an executable object. This workflow is an executable object. We can execute it, but it works like a workflow. It works like a folder. And conditional workflow is something like it is also a workflow in which we can pass some condition and we can control the execution of the workflows. If you remember, we have given this condition here, the top of it, and we have, in this area, this is if condition passed, then execute this part, and if it is failed, then execute this part. I explained you that Pune, Mumbai. Yeah. So this is the conditional workflow. This is workflow. Now, today we'll see what is loop. So, do you have any idea like what exactly loop is? What exactly you? So what exactly loop is? We have two types of loops in our programming. Okay, I'll just explain you that one. First, understand what two types of loops we have. First one is for loop, and second one is while loop. These two loops we have in our programming language, in which both the things are same, but only one basic difference is there. First, we'll understand what exactly loop means. Loop means, going in circular motion. A thing is repeating itself, then we'll say that, okay, this is going in loop. This is going in circular motion. One thing is repeating itself. So if you want to do a repetition, then you need to use a loop. Example I will give. Let me give you the practical example. So Let's take, we have script job, right? This one. We'll create one more job today. Name loop. Okay. And what I will do, I will create a script here and I will try to print a statement. My favorite cricketer is Sachin Tendulkar. Okay. Let's split it. So whatever. Let's save this job and let's execute it. Okay, let's execute this one and let's see. We are printing the statement, right? So it should be visible in our executable trace. Okay. So now it is printing. My favorite cricketer is Sachin Tendulkar. So we have executed this job one time, and we are able to execute. We are able to see this statement for one time. Now tell me. Now tell me. I'm executing this job for one time, but what else if I want to see this statement for 5 times? I want to see this my favorite cricketer is Sachin Tendulkar for 5 times. How to do that? How you will do that? So we don't have a standard, anything, because if you want to do that, you have to execute this job for 5 times. If you try to do that as well, you will see 5 traces. Now let me just execute one more time. Then you'll understand what I'm trying to say. I'm executing second time, again it is printed. But now if you see, if you want, I've executed 2 times and I can see this statement for 2 times, but in different traces. This is a different trace, this is a different trace, right? And this is not usable. I want this statement to be printed 2 times in a single trace. That's why loop comes into the picture. What loop says, we have to give some condition, like if else we have given some condition, right? Like if country is equal to India, then execute first statement. If it is not matching with India, then execute second statement. That we saw, right? Loop is also the same thing. We have to give some condition. If this condition is passed, then that whatever the object we are given in the job, it will execute. Till what time? Till our condition is satisfying. If our condition is satisfying with 5 times, then that object will execute for the 5 times. Example. Let's take an example, then only will understand. So how to do that? Go to the loop. Here we have option for the loop, while loop. If we go to this one, if you see while loop, just put the while loop here, just and keep the script inside. Okay. Now while. So while what condition we can give? While first we'll define one global variable. Without the global variable, we cannot do anything. So let's define one global variable. $G. Number. Okay, and its value is 1 as of now. We'll initialize the value to the 1. So what we have done now, while $number is less than 5. Okay, this condition we have given. So what we are exactly trying to say is while loop, I mean, execute this, everything is in loop till the value of $G should be less than 5. And what we have done is after our script, okay, after this statement, we have written one statement that $G is equals to $G plus 1. Okay. Did you understand this statement? We are increasing the value of $G. For after every execution, it will be and we'll just print it so that current iterator value is okay, whatever. Okay, I'm printing also the value also, so that what exactly it will happen. Every time it will show what exactly the current iterator value is going to be. Okay, and just let's validate it. We don't have any issues. Now we'll execute this one. Execute. I want to execute for 5 times. So now less than 6 I'll do. Current value is 1. And till 5 it will execute. And once the value will be 6, it will fail. I mean this loop will come outside. Now I'm just executing this one. You see, my favorite cricketer is Sachin Tendulkar, current iterator value is 1. Then again Sachin Tendulkar value is 2, 3, 4. And once it is 5, loop is executed. I mean, it went out of the loop and job is executed now. So it's as simple as that. While is something like, so the basic difference is, so both the things are same, while loop and for loop. The basic difference is in the while statement, the job will execute 1 time at least, minimum. It will execute for sure first time. And I mean, first it will execute and then it will test the condition. For loop is something, it will test the first condition. Agar first condition itself is wrong, then job will not execute for the 1 time as well. This is the basic difference. But unfortunately, we don't have for loop in our BODS. We have only while loop. Because what I told you, this functionality, it is required for programming. It is not required for BODS. It is as simple. I mean, it is not required. For loop is not required. That's why they have given only while loop. Yeah, inside this while loop, we have inside the while loop, right? Inside while loop, I mean, this will work like a normal workflow. If you want, you can put workflows, you can put data flows, everything you can do, the same as your normal workflow does. Only thing is, this is just an outer folder which acts like a while loop. Okay. Just it will do the execution. Now only be careful. Now if you see, if I forget to increment this point, if I just try to comment it, what will happen? So how many times it will repeat? So what will happen? Let's understand the functionality. The BODS is a technical tool. So, we have to think in technical way. So now what is the current value? Current value is 1. Okay. Now current value is 1. It will go inside the loop, our execution or our counter, and it will say that, okay, $G is less than 6. So 1 is less than 6. Yes, condition is satisfying. Execute this script. This script will be executed. But we are not incrementing the value here. We are not doing anything. So again, $G number should be 1 only. And it is not incrementing. And it will test the condition. 1 is always less than, and loop will execute in infinity. Let's try to execute now. It will not stop. Job will not stop. Because every time this value of $G is 1. See? It will be forcefully not execute, cut this job, it will execute like that. what exactly? See, it is continuously printing in infinity. And in this case, we have to forcefully ban this job. Kill job, right click and kill job. I think it is very slow because we have executed in infinity. It should not happen here. I mean, fine. It is not getting selected. So why I showed you this example? Always, if you are executing in loop, always make sure that you are not executing this in infinity. This, I mean, I have not explained it architecture of this BODS. So BODS is an application which runs on the server. Okay, it's a server level thing. As well, this window, if you executed some job, let's say your job require 1 hour to execute. If you have executed this job, and let's suppose electricity. So what I was trying to say is, you have executed one job. Let's say it will take 1 hour to execute something complex logic you have built, and it will take 1 hour to execute. Suddenly something happened, an electricity outage at your area, local area, and electricity went off. So automatically, and let's suppose you are working on desktop, computer shut down, everything happened. So now tell me what exactly happened. I mean, job still runs, or it will killed. So this is what we are trying to understand that. So BODS is a tool which works on a server, something server. We have executed so many jobs, right? This job will be hosted on a server, some server. So that server is an online thing. That is not a local thing. So if you have executed a job and you have forcefully closed your computer as well, this job will run. It will not interrupted due to your local system because it is executing on the server level, and server is online thing. So that's why your job will not terminated. That's why we just got stuck for that job, right? That iterated job. If you try to close the designer, or if we try to stop the internet connection as well, this will not work because that job was hosted on server and it will execute till it should be executed at that time. And we have executed in the loop, and it's a never-ending process. So it will never be terminated. It will goes on and on and on. If somebody find out that issue, he should go and he should close that job. Without forcefully or human intervention, this job will not be terminated. It will going on and on and on. That also after 1 hour, it will complete this job, and then only it will. I mean, server will stop that job. So it's not a local thing. BODS is this tool is your local thing, but when you execute this job, it will connect to the server. We are not executing any of this, so we are working on this repository BW HANA RDP. This is our local repository, and it is a local thing. That's why its name is also local object library. When we execute it, it will be converted into the server level. It will connect to the server level. That server will host that job, and suddenly it will become online, or you can say the same. So it is it's a based on server thing. That's why whenever, I mean, in your project, maybe you have 15 developers. So 15 developer have 15 local object libraries, that is repositories. So all 15 repositories hosted to single server only. And if you have admin rights, you can go inside that repository and check what exactly what execution exactly it is happening and something like that. So this is our loop. It's all about, nothing much in this loop part. Now we'll understand. Now you at least you have understand now what is project, what is job, what is workflows, what is data flows, everything. Now tell me, this is your local repository. I mean, giving this example from last 4 to 5 sessions, that this is your local repository. This is your own thing. This is your local repository. Right? You have a 15 people team of 15 developers, and they are working on separate objects. Some, let's say ABCD. Some they have different objects. So you are not, and you are a project manager, or you can't. I mean, every time you can't go inside each one of the repository. Though you have, your user is admin user and you have right. I mean, you have access, but it is not recommended that you should always go inside each and everyone's workflow and do the observation. No, I mean, not workflow, repository, because it's their repository and you cannot go inside that. Yeah, something is there, else is there, something happened, some code is burnt and something like that, and you want to review, that is fine. One seal wine is fine, but it is not correct that you are going someone's repository. So to avoid that situation, we have one central repository concept. We have one central repository where access is given to all the 15 peoples. Our local repository, and there is one central repository. Its name is central. It is limited to your team. Working in some TCS company, so that repository is not given for all the TCS members. It is only, let's say you are working for some Microsoft project. So that repository access, central repository access to given to only that the people and the developer which are working on this Microsoft project. So it's the client to client thing, right? So let's try to see. This is the symbol for central repository, and it is disabled. Let's try to enable it. So go to the tools and go to the central repositories. Okay. This is blank. That means we as currently we don't have any central repositories. So try to add it. Let's click on add. It is saying that no repositories are associated with this user. Okay. Contact or system administration. So they have not given us any central repository as of now. So I will speak with them and I will ask them to create one repository and give the access. But before that, let's understand what exactly the concept is, how central repository will work. Inside this BODS. Okay, BODS is a tool, I told you, right? This is a graphical interface where we can develop some development and all the stuff. But I said you, right, when you execute the job and it will went to the server level, right? So let's understand your project perspective. You have 15 developers and 15 developers of 15 different objects resided in the local repository, and they don't have, let's suppose today's example, they don't have a central repository. Administrator is yet to assign you the central repository. So all the projects are only inside their local repository, and suddenly one developer is went on a leave and you want to execute that job on his behalf. How to do that? You should not go inside that. I mean, this is his own thing, right? You cannot go inside his work. You cannot ask him your credentials, and you should not go inside your repo, because if we give, if we share some credentials, I mean, everyone we can go and change the code, and that kind of stuff can happen, right? But you want to execute that job. How to do that? We have one management console concept here. This yellow option. If you go if you take the cursor on that symbol, it will show that Data Services Management Console. Just simply click on that.
Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases, starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
So let's. I'm giving you the quick recap. Till this time what we have learned. On the first day of the session, I have given you the SAP ETL overview, where I told you that various ETL tools available in market, as well as various ETL processes which we have in our SAP. Then on the section 2, I have given you bots overview, like what is exactly BODS is. Like BODS is a business objects data services, and I told you that like it is owned by first business object, and then SAP purchased from business object, the company business object, and now it's SAP BODS. It's a third party tool, like it is not present in SAP GUI, but yeah, it's a SAP own tool now. So SAP BODS is vigorously used for SAP data migration processes and workflows. Then on the section 2 itself, I've given you the basics, like what are the different parts of BODS, like what is the local object library, what is work area, what are the repositories, and all those stuff. So and then in the third session, I have in the third and fourth session, I have told you like what are the file formats we have for in SAP BODS. Like first one is like flat file, which is nothing but our text file. Second one is Excel file, and third one is XML file. Also, we can pull from JSON as well. So mainly we are focusing on flat files and Excel, right? I showed you the jobs as well, where we can pull the data from flat files and we can load it into flat file itself. Also in the Excel, how we can pull the data from Excel sheets. So these are the 3 file formats we learned. All these options for how to pull the data from text file and Excel sheets and all those stuff. After that, we have learned like how to use the query transformation. I told you, right, that like 90% in the data migration will use the query transformation because it's a basic transformation and it is having all the basic options which we need to load the data, to mapping for the mapping purpose, for the joining purpose, for the ordering purpose, and group by clauses also we can put. There are a number of transformation we can do in a query itself. So query transformation is very much important in a very much important tool in SAP BODS. After that, we have learned some basic programming logics, like what are the variables, what are the parameters, like what kind of variables we have. Like first one is like global variable, second one is a local variable, and what are the parameters like substitution parameter and normal parameters. That comparison we have learned. And then I showed you, right, how to do the scripting part as well, like how we can print the statement, how we can use the if-else condition, how we can put in scripting part. After that, we have learned like we have 2 types of workflows. First one is a normal workflow, and second one is a conditional workflow. So workflow is something like it's an executable folder, we can say, and if we have any condition to execute that specific workflow, then we'll use a conditional workflow. If we don't have any condition, we just simply want to execute that, we will use normal workflows. And in the last session, after that, we have like so many cancelled sessions. But yeah, on the last session I think on 20th November, we have learned like what kind of loops we have, like what kind of flows we have, like while loop and for loop. I told you in the basic programming, we have for loop and while loop. But in SAP BODS, we have only while loop. We don't have for loop. So basic operations are the same, but while loop is something like it will execute first, and then it will test the condition. Example, if we are saying that, we want to execute that particular job 5 times, then we have, a specified one global variable. We have initialized it with the 1 value. if you execute that while loop, it will execute for the first time, and then it will check that, okay, what is the value of global variable. If it is less than 5, then again it will execute for second, then we'll increment the value of that global variable to 2, and this process will go on till the value of global variable becomes 5. After once it is become 5, then job will terminate, and yeah, we have executed the same flow for the 5 times, something like that. Also, I've showed you that if you remember, if you are not giving the condition in while loop, job will execute in infinite time. So I've given, if you remember, I've printed one statement for the infinite number of a time, and it will execute it infinite number of time. So there is only one way to stop that job is to kill the job. So we have killed that job, and then job got stopped, or that printing of that statement got stopped, right? Yeah. So till date we have learned this one. So I got one request from your side that I need to cover lookups in this session, right? So today what we'll do is, like, first I'll show you what is the VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP is something like it's the Excel sheet part. It is not first we'll learn in Excel how lookup will work, and then I will show you in BODS also what kind of different lookups we have. Quickly, I will show in BODS as well, because we need to do lookups in BODS as well. Okay. I hope my screen is visible to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I have opened the Excel sheet. So let's just select it and make it text. So what is VLOOKUP? So let's assume you have 2 workbooks. So in the first workbook, you have all city names. Okay. Let's print it, all the city names first. Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Kanpur, Belgaum, then Bangalore, Hyderabad, then we have Delhi, then we have Kolkata, then we have Jaipur, Indore. Okay, that is fine. So we have like 12 cities we have. And in sheet, let's suppose we have city sheet. And we have, let's suppose, code. City-wise code. Same cities we have in this sheet as well. With city codes, let's say city codes. Let's assume we have given 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. So we have 12 cities, and for that 12 cities, we have given some city codes. Okay, first thing I want to tell you that, okay, though I have given these things in sequential manner, it is not necessary. Let's assume, let me just see if I can. Okay, now it is randomized. Okay, first is Pune, then Nasik, then Bangalore, something like that. Now it is randomized. This is in the sequence. Now, okay, now just understand, we have some more attributes, and in this is the main sheet you have, where only city names are there, and you desperately want that, okay, all the codes which is present in this sheet, you want that in this sheet itself. So okay, this is now 12 records, and you can simply go to manual and manually enter it. That is fine. But again, it can have some manual errors as well, because we are humans. So considering that, Excel provides you a simple and very useful and powerful formula, which is VLOOKUP. So what VLOOKUP, works like, if we are VLOOKUPing on any column, let's suppose we are VLOOKUPing on this column, what it will do is like, it will check now it's the first column name is Mumbai. Then it will go to this sheet, it will find out where Mumbai is, and it will pick up, the adjacent data, and it will paste it here. Okay, so it will avoid all kind of a manual work. First, we'll understand how we can use the VLOOKUP. The first task, let's see, our first task is just find out record is present in other sheet. Okay, let's see if Mumbai is present in this code sheet or not. How are you gonna do that? Equal to VLOOKUP. Okay, you don't need to type all the VLOOKUP. You just simply click on the tab. It will do it will write it for you. Then first it will ask you what is lookup value. So lookup value means what you want to find out. To find out column A, right? Column A. Just select the cell first, and then comma. Where you want to find out table array. Where you find out go to this sheet. Select column A. You want to find out, right, that city is present in column A or not. So we have clicked on that one. Okay. Now, if you see this, formula bar, it has shown that code explanation mark. Then A has to A means it has selected entire column A. So lookup will perform on entire column A. Then comma. Now column index number and range lookup. So simply don't. How I used to do is like, I'll just give 1, 0 and just I'll close that. So remember now, first one is column name, the value which you want to find out, then comma, then second value is the column on which where you want to find out or where you want to look up, then comma 1, 0, and just simply put enter. Now it is not happening anything. Why? Because I've initially I've selected entire sheet in the text format. So if you want to perform any any kind of formulas, that cell should be in number format. So just keep it general. Just select this column, go to this tab and select it in general, and now enter. Okay, it is showing Mumbai. All cities as came. Now what we can do is like, let's delete one thing. Let's delete Bangalore. If you go to city now, it is showing that not applicable. So Bangalore city is not applicable. All cities are all cities are present in this sheet code, but Bangalore is not there, not applicable. So till this point, is there any question? And single tab also we can do. I'm just giving you the example. Let's see if we have this column present in the single sheet as well. Okay. Then also we can do that. Again, the same thing. Equal to VLOOKUP. The value we want to see. We want to see the Mumbai. Yes, it's a Excel. Do you have any experience in Excel? Some subtraction. If you put anything, you want to do equal to and write the formula name. It is compulsory in Excel. And then if you put the tab, then it will show you, what are the parameters or parameters we have to pass. It is a compulsory parameter. It will show you. It is a help for us.
Okay.
So if you put VLOOKUP, then it will show you that first value should be lookup value. Lookup value is something the value which we need to find out. So we need to find out Mumbai in this column L, right? That's why we are selecting Mumbai. We put column, we will put comma, then it will show you that table array. Select table array. Table array means the column which we need to find out, from where we need to find out, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we are selecting column L. So it is L as to L, it will show you, right? Then 1 comma 0. 1 comma 0 something like if we find out, then 1 is true. If we don't find out, then false. Instead of 1 and 0, you can put true or false as well. But of course, it is taking so much time. That's why I use 1 comma 0. It will work. And again, first select this. This is in text format by default. You need to put it in general format, and then put enter. It will show you Mumbai. And if I double click on this dot, it will perform the same formula on entire center column. You don't need to go ahead and put the VLOOKUP for this Pune and Nagpur or something like that. If you see now, formula bar, it will show A3, A4. The requirement is we are trying to find out that column A is present in column L or not. Okay, this is your general basic business requirement. You will get some Excel sheets. Sometimes it will happen that you have another book as well. That's why I have showed you here a separate sheet. So if there is always like it is not compulsory that the data should be in single sheet as well. The data can be in different sheet as well, or data can be in different Excel file as well. Requirement is like I told you, right? Let's assume that you have business has provided you the list of cities in one sheet, and in another sheet business has provided you the codes as well. There are some codes business has, and you need to first find out that okay, in the first sheet business has given some 12 cities, and the codes business only provided 11 codes, right? Now you have to identify that which city is missing. We have identified that Bangalore is missing here, so we can go ahead and, because your developer will simply say that simply say that column 11 we got only 11 records, but we have 12 cities in our records. Then you have to perform being a PM, where you have to perform VLOOKUP and find out what all the cities are missing. This is just one city missing, right? But in reality, we will have millions of records, and there might be a case that thousands of codes are missing. So simply do the VLOOKUP, put the filter here, select the not applicable value. Now you have one city. Just copy whatever the records are there and write a mail to the your business saying that okay, these codes are missing. Okay. So I hope this is clear now. Equal to VLOOKUP. Then first the value which we need to find out here is Mumbai. Select that. Then the column which we need to find out, that 1 comma 0. It's a true or false. 1 comma 0 is it's a true or false. I mean, if you find out the value, then true, put the same value. If 0, that means false, put not applicable. And I mean, Excel did the work for you. The value which we want to find out is Mumbai. That's why it is shown in the blue color. Where Excel is, we want to find out is in this column, printed in the pink color, right? And 1 comma 0 is something like true or false. If it is true, print the value. If we did not get it, then print not applicable. I mean 1 comma 0 means it's a true or false. We have selected only one column, that's why we are giving 1. I'm coming to that point now, why I have given 1. Let's just understand what we are doing here. Okay. Now, okay, I'll just delete this, and also I'll delete this one. Now we have these codes in column B, and it is in, if you see that it is in some randomized thing, and here you have cities in proper format. Okay, and you want those codes in this city because you are doing some analysis. Let's assume you are doing some analysis here, and every time you cannot go into this city and saying that okay, the code of Mumbai is 1 or code of Nashik is 4. You want all the data here. How will do that? Simply, again, equal to VLOOKUP, select the Mumbai, comma, go to this sheet now, because the data is there in the sheet. Now, select both the columns, A and B, because A is the column where we need to find out the value, and B is the column the value which we want to pull. So that's why we have to select both the columns. If you see this, A has to be, it will print here. Now again, comma, 2,0, because the value which we want to pull, it is in second column, right? It's column B. That's why we have given 2,0. 0 is always there. No need to replace the 0 value. It will always be 0 because false is false, right? And now enter. Now it we have put. Now if you see this, the code of Mumbai is 1, and it brought that value here. Just double click on the dot. Again, for the Bangalore, because Bangalore value we have not here, so it is showing that it's a not applicable thing. Now, let's assume we have selected both the columns, and still we have, you are in hurry and you have just kept it 1,0. What will happen? It will again show Mumbai, because it's a column. In the first column, what we have city column. Excel will think that, okay, you want to bring these values only, values from first column only. It will bring the first column value. So no problem. You can just go ahead every time in this formula bar and correct it, and it will do the stuff for you. City only. We have one column, only single column here. These values came from VLOOKUP only, right? But take all these plant names, like you have some plants, right? Your company have some plants. Just take it in that in the first book, and in second book, plants and plant codes. Okay, or you can take company code names and company code as well. So company code, you can put all the code, download all company codes, and in the second Excel sheet, you can download the company codes and its name 1, and try to VLOOKUP. If you can pull the names and all the other attributes as well. Let's assume, okay, this is first attribute, that city code is there. Let's see, we have some type column. Okay, so what kind of a city is? It's a metro city. It's a normal city. Again, Nagpur is a metro. Okay, we'll do metro or non-metro. Is again metro. Mumbai is also again a metro city. Kolkata is metro. Kanpur is not metro. Jaipur is again non-metro. Okay, it's metro. Okay, Indore is non-metro. Hyderabad is metro city. Delhi is metro city. Delhi is non-metro. Okay, this column C is having some type column, and it's again an attribute. And you want to pull this attribute also in this city. How will you do that? How many, like till AL we have? Okay, these many attributes we have. Forget about data. I'm not entering the data here now. You have these many columns, and you have, let's suppose you have like the data you want to pull from 25th column or something like that. How are you gonna do that? Let's say you have 25th column. Just like select VLOOKUP, select Mumbai, comma, go to code, and now select all those columns. Now, if you see, when you are selecting this column, are you seeing here some in the small bracket? 1048576R, 18C. Do you see this number here? Are you able to locate it? Right now, beside my cursor, there is one bracket formed, right? And in that bracket, you can see the number 1048576R cross 18.
Yeah.
So that 18C is something like which column, up to which column we have selected. If I go again,
Oh,
it will show 19, 20. So it will
Yeah.
help you to identify the number. So let's assume you have to, pull the value from column Q. Now, what is column Q? Column Q is 17. Now just select it, comma 17, comma 0. As simple as that. Okay. So you don't need to go and count the columns. It is not required. Excel will do the work for you. Now, what is 0? 0 means we have this Pune, or we have this Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur here, but we don't have value here. It's a blank thing. That's why it is showing 0. 0 means no value. And not applicable means this column itself is not there. That particular data is not there. That's why it is showing not applicable. So this is the basic difference in between not applicable and 0. And let's see if now you have entered something here. Let's suppose we have entered something like this. It will automatically, the value will automatically come here. So it is real time. VLOOKUP will work real time. You have changed the value here. Let's suppose a business came to you and say that, okay, Belgaum is metro now. It is not a non-metro. And now you have changed the value here. We'll see that Belgaum is metro now here. Where is Belgaum? So it will work like real time. So 99.99% VLOOKUP is accurate. Why 0.01% is not accurate? That let's suppose formula get accidentally removed or something like that. That is again a human error. It is our error, which is not Excel or computer's error. If that happened, then only it will fail. Otherwise, it will give you the 99%. It will give you the accurate results. That is fine. Now we have learned VLOOKUP. Now, second task we need to learn today is, now we have learned, if you remember, we have loaded the data in file format. In text file, right? I showed you that. If we were executing the job, I showed you the results as well. If you remember, we have created this desktop file. I think this test 1, 2, 3. And we have that data, right? This name, age, city, date, right? So our target was text file. Now, business said that we have given you the Microsoft Excel, Microsoft SQL Server, we have dedicatedly assigned you, and why you are using a text format. Dump all the tables in SQL. How are you gonna do that? So before that, can you just tell me if you have any background of SQL? Not a queries, but what exactly SQL is? Do you know that? You don't know, right? So this is Excel looks like. Okay, this is the Excel looks like. You don't need to learn Excel. Just SQL, not Excel. You don't need to learn SQL because you are a project manager. Your developer very well understand, but try to understand this concept. So in SQL we have one dedicated server. So this server we have, like you see in the left, 12.0.4100.1 HANA. So this is our server, and in this server we have databases. So these many databases we have. Databases is something like the work area. Like in BODS we have, like, and I'm explaining in the layman terms, okay, just to understand. Otherwise, I can technical understanding I can give you for the database, but will not understand it. That's why in layman terms I'll explain you. These databases are something like work area. So you can create your own databases. So SQL is something like tabular format you can store the data. So we have a dedicated server. In that server, we have some databases. Databases, what I told you, right? It's a work area, or it's a, you can create some folders, something like that. Right now, we are using this database, test ms. If you see test ms, this is the database we are using. In this test ms, if we have plus sign here, right? We just try to expand it. You can do hell number of things, but right now we are interested in tables only. So you have temp1 table. So this is our temp table. So select star from database.table. It will give you the data from the test temp1, this table. So whatever the data we have, we can store it into tabular format. Okay. SQL is the third party tool which will help you to load the data, or which will help you to store the data in tabular format. It's a database, and it will easy for the identifying something. So that's why text file is not acceptable, and SQL is acceptable in any kind of a projects, ETL projects. So it will show you in a tabular format. So right now, whatever I explained you, do you have any question? This table have these 4 columns. I'll give you the business scenario. We have some table temp1, and that temp1 we have mandate column, customer number, land1, name1, name2. It's having 5 columns, and how many? 19,000 records. If you go bottom, you will see the record as well. So we have 19,000 records we have. Okay. And if you go to the text format, you can very well print it there, and you can create one text format as well. You can load, you can save the data in our Excel sheet or text format as well. But why SQL is, business is emphasizing on SQL, that you can query or anything. Let's suppose we have this customer number, and you want, in this 19,000 records, you want to identify that customer number only. You can do that, where KUNNR is equals to this one. And you are saying that customer number is this one. And if you execute this query, it will show you only one record, where customer number is this one. Or land one is iron, right? We'll do that as well. Or land one is equals to iron. So if this condition is matching, it will show those records where land one is. Now we have in 19,000 records, we have 100 records where land one is India. I mean, these are the customers from India. If you see the name as well, it is Indian. Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Rajesh Shah, Ramya Sundar, something like that. So this is easy, right? And this is like, this is very fundamental query I have showed you. Your developers can do n number of things in the SQL. You got it, right? So that's why SQL is very much important. You cannot do this thing in Excel sheet or text format. You cannot do that. It is very manual, and it will very hectic, and being a human, it will give you some human errors as well. And again, if you have millions of record, Excel sheet will fail. But SQL will not fail if you put any billions of records as well, it will not fail. Yeah, it may if you are writing some, this is one line query, right? But if you are writing some 100 line of a code, yeah, can be a chances that it will take 5 seconds to execute or 6 seconds to execute, but still it is fast. If you are trying to do the same stuff in Excel sheet or text file, it will take 1 hour or 2 hours, and SQL will do that for you for 5 seconds. So, okay, this job we have created. Let's suppose lookup. We'll name it as a lookup. Now assume we have one data flow. Of course, we need to do that. TF. Now the same thing, I'm going to do that. Just a minute, I'm just copying the data. Okay, my first Excel. So this Excel sheet in the day 1 or session 1 we have created, right? You see, I'll just show you the data, how our data looks like. Excel input 1. These 4 records we have, right? Like we have name and savings, or in sheet 1, this name, age, or city. So we have taken this one. Now we are doing as usual query transformation. We'll pull all this column from here, name, age, and city, and drag and drop to target, because we want to copy the data from all those 3 columns. Now, what we did in last sessions, like we have used some text format as a target. Now we want to do it. We want to load this data in SQL. What you can do is, like, if you see, at the bottom, template name is template. Select that, which is creating the temp table. Now, okay, give the table name. What you can give is like test name, okay, or test table 1. And in data store, we have created test SQL connection. Select that specific data store and okay, hit okay. Connect these dots and save it. Now execute this job. It is failed. Let's see what is the error. It is saying that. See, I told you, right? You cannot keep the Excel sheet open, or otherwise job will fail, because we are pulling the data from here, and BODS is very smart. It will detect that, okay, it's open in somewhere. That means someone is working on this Excel. So it will fail. Job will fail. First close it and then execute the job. I think I showed you in the day 1 or day 2 that when I was explaining Excel sheets to you. Now if you execute, it will not fail. Yeah, job is successfully now. If you go to this monitor tab, we have 15 records and it is created. So what is this template? First understand what is this template. So template means we are creating some temporary table. It's a temp table. That is temp table, temporary table. So this temporary table will create in this Excel, in this SQL. Let's find out. See this. If you see this, under this test MS, test underscore table 1 has been created. Now let's query on that. Select star from test MS. Now don't worry about this SQL query. It is not required for you. Just understand what I'm trying to say. Test table 1. So what select star means? Star means select all the columns. Select all. Star is select all. So select all from the database in which we have test table 1 is there. And if I try to query it, we'll get all these 5 records which we have in Excel sheet. See, we have name, we have age, and we have city. How many records we have? So 15 records. It will have also 15 records. 16 it is showing because it is with header. This is header, right? This is not a record. So all records has been pulled in Excel now, in SQL now. No, yeah, that is also one thing. But I showed you, right, how you can load the data in SQL tables. That I showed you. Okay. So this is temp table. So understand the concept. What is temp table and what is permanent table? We have 2 types of tables. Table means the data will looks like the same. In the SQL, it will looks like the same. But what is temp table in BODS and what is permanent table in BODS? So temp table is something. Now, if I try to execute this job once again, so what I did is like, again I've executed this job. So temp table is something, it will delete this table from SQL, okay, and recreate it with the same format and load the data. So what is temp table? What is permanent table? So temp table is table will be deleted and recreated during runtime. So runtime means execution. During the execution, table will be deleted and recreated it, the format. Okay. So if let's suppose your developer executed 100 times this job 100 times, that means this table will be deleted 100 times and recreated 100 times in SQL. So this is an automated process. You don't need to understand. Don't need to worry. But yeah, you must know, must understand what is temp table and permanent table. Let's assume you want to make it. Now you have created this one. Why it is? Let me just show you. I'll just give you one business scenario. Why we can use? Why we want to temp table and why we will prefer not to use the permanent table. Let's assume business is giving you 25 columns. Okay. Business said that we have 25 columns which we want to create a table. But in suddenly, and you have done in data load cycle 1, data 2, data load cycle 2, and and even in testing QA and pre-production as well, you had 25 columns. Suddenly in production, business has given 27 columns. Okay, business has given in production 27 columns. But in your job, you have just given 25 columns, right? Your table is having only 25. You cannot tell business that okay, this is production and why you have increased the column. You cannot do that. That's where temp table will come into the picture. Temp table will say that, let's suppose we have created one more column city. Now you have 4 columns. And now let's execute this job. Now we have 4 columns, right? I'm replicating the same business scenario. We have increased the columns. Suddenly we have increased the columns. And if you go to the SQL, this table have only 3 columns. Initially it was having 3 columns, and requirement is now 1 column is added now. So if I execute this job, ideally it should fail, right? Because we have changed the structure. Ideally it should fail, but it is executed now. And let's try to query now in SQL what magic happened. It is having 4 columns. Yeah, it is automatically, because definition of temp table is something like table has been deleted and it should be recreated. So the table with the 3 columns deleted during execution, and it is recreated with 4 columns because we have added 4th column in our logic. So that's why everyone 99 point or not 90% of the time your developer will use temporary table only. Now business said that now requirement is freezed. We can have only 4 columns. We'll not have 5 columns, and it is final now. You got email confirmation as well. Everything you got. Now how you can convert this temp table into permanent table? Just right click. Just click on this import table. Now if you see, color has been changed. Initially it was paint or sky blue. Now it is dark blue. Now it is a permanent table. Now it is permanent table. Double click on it. Now what is permanent table? Permanent table is structure of the table will be fixed. We cannot modify, or not we, BODS cannot modify it during runtime. Okay. Now understand this statement. BODS cannot modify it. Let's recreate the same scenario. We'll add one more column here. Okay, we'll have one more column. Now we'll execute this job. Now there is one setting we need to do always. Go to the option and delete the data before loading. Just select this one. Forget about this. Your developer will understand that. No need to consider that. Now just understand. I have created one more column now. Okay. and now I'm trying to execute this job. What will happen now? Failed. Why? Cannot table with the wrong column names. Cannot load the table with wrong table names. Why? Why it is saying that? It is saying that your table is having 4 columns: name, age, city, and city1. Your table have only 4 columns, but you have created 5 columns in input, and this cannot be done because it's a permanent table. It is not a temp table. It cannot be done, and job will fail. So temp table has their benefits, pros and cons. Permanent tables has their pros and cons. Okay. What it will do, let's assume now, okay, now you realize that what mistake you did, and now you deleted this column. City2 column you have deleted. Now you have only 4 columns. Now we'll execute this. Now it should done. And it should complete successfully. Now we have all 15 records. If you try to query now, you'll get all these 15 records. Okay. So permanent table execution, how it will work like, whenever you execute this job, initially it is having, let's suppose it's have 1 million record. Initial, when we did the execution, your source has 1 million record. It has been loaded to permanent table. During second execution, when you do the second execution, when you execute the job for second time, it will delete this first 1 million record from the table. It will delete it, wipe it out. And now it will reload it, whatever the source. Now maybe in January you have executed the job, and in SAP 1 million customers, there might be a case like in January you have 1 million customers. Sorry. In January you have 1 million customers. So you have loaded that in the table, all the data. And now you are executing in the May. Of course, it's a business, it's a SAP system, and customer number will be incrementing. Now in May you may have like 1.2 million. So what exactly happened when you execute this job? It will delete all 1 million record first, and it will load that 1.2 million in second run. This permanent table will work like that.
Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.
We have same material, same coffee beans, created with the another 78910. So these two material numbers are there. The description is same, but they have created two different numbers. Maybe they have some different properties. That is not an issue, but there might be a cases that we have 5 to 6 materials belongs to same description. Then we need to identify. We need to do some deduplication. Because almost like I said that legacy system might have in 1 crore records, and it is not required to migrate 1 crore records. And you have to identify that how many real materials are there. So how to do that? Again, in the BODS or in Informatica, we can design one job which will deduplicate it based on the description. In case of material master, we can either go on material number or material descriptions, but I'll give the real-time example of customers. So let's suppose you have some 10 customer numbers. So based on the name, street, address, based on these properties, we need to identify that okay, these are the common material number created with the different material numbers. We can identify that. We need to prepare the file, of course, because we are not a decision maker here. We are just data migration consultants. So we need to prepare the file. We need to show in the Excel or whatever file format you want to use. We can provide to the business, and we can say that okay, business, these 5 materials looks like same. These 10 these 10 customers look like same, and then business will tell you that okay, give the priority to this material or this customer. We are not a decision maker. We are just a consultant. We can just identify that okay, these are the duplicate materials, these are the duplicate customers, or these are the duplicate vendors. So you can discuss the criteria with your business, and they will very well correct. These two both the materials will be there in the file which business has provided you.
Correct. Got it.
Because business is like lazy kind of a thing. They will not do anything. They ask us to do. So that's why you can tell the business that okay, both the records are present in the Excel. Tell us which one is the correct one. We can, because on the basis of these rules, we have identified that these are the duplicate ones, and business will tell you, no problem. So mostly in material master, business will say that use the latest material creation date. If let's suppose this material is created in 1998 and this material is created in 2010, business will say that okay, use the 2010 wala because it's more accurate or more correct. So okay, this is the duplication. Then matching, remove duplicate unnecessary data. Yeah, again, after identifying the deduplication, business will give you the. I mean, let's suppose out of 50,000, let's suppose your business has given you 1 lakh record. Okay, 1 lakh. Out of which you have identified 50,000, 50K relevant records. But out of these 50K relevant records, you have identified 5K records are duplicate records. And business said that okay, you don't need to migrate 5K records, you just need to migrate 1K. 1K as a correct one. So they will give you the 1000 correct material numbers or correct customer numbers. They will share you one Excel format. So you need to you need to take that Excel and or text format to your developer and say that give the priority to this 1000 and remove remaining duplicate records which is not present in this Excel. So now you don't need to migrate 50K. You just need to migrate this 40K pure records, 40K pure records plus 1K, 1K these records which we got from business, 1K records from business. Now you have like 40-60K. I mean, did you get it? What exactly I'm telling? So this 45K is pure records, and out of this 5K, we got 1K. So 45 plus 1, 46 are now your final count to migrate the data. Yeah. So yeah, remove the duplicate and provide the clean data. Cleansing is already we have discussed. So this task 3 is little bit lengthy, but it is very much important because without that you cannot start your migration. When you say staging table, that means say SQL table. I said you right. This is the this is the middleware. SQL is a middleware system where will and the tables which used in SQL, which is named as staging table. So will keyword staging table. So staging table is nothing but a SQL table which is present in the database. So, Monish, what I was telling, like this staging table keyword is nothing but a SQL table where SQL I showed you on that day, right? It is a database, or in a simple layman terms, it is a place where you can store your data in the form of table. As of now, we have the data in Excel format, and in SQL, in that storing area, we can create one database we can create some tables and we can store the data. So this step is nothing but that one that after doing this all the process, your developing team will verify that okay, your legacy system has 50K records, but now in staging table, after do all kind of activities, okay, sorry, so your legacy file will have 1 lakh record, but after doing all those steps, after doing all those perform, and after doing all the necessary all the necessary things, we have 46K records which is relevant and which are the only records which you need to migrate. Okay, this comments is like I think it's a description. E for extract, E for legacy, L for consulting team, IDQ. IDQ is nothing but a software. And these payment terms are like relevant, is required for vendors and customers. So Z001 is a 30 days payment term. I think you are a functional guy, so you know that these payment terms and all. So no need to explain. So then profiling. So once we import the profiles and refreshing the physical data object. Okay, so profiling, what exactly profiling means? Now we have like 46K records. Okay, now we need to do the profiling on 40 days. Profiling on 46K relevant material. So what exactly profiling means? So this is a step. This is a business step. Business wants to understand what are these 46K records. I mean, what is this? I mean, you have identified 46K records is fine, but you need to now identify that out of this 46K, how many materials belongs to. I mean, let's we have okay, material types, right? I mean, we have finished good, semi-finished good, goods, and all. So business want to understand out of this 46K, how many are the finished goods, how many are the trading goods, how many are the raw materials, etc., etc. This is just a column, single column. SAP has 100 of the columns, you know that. So business wants to do the profiling on the material type, material group. Then sometimes they said that okay, out of this 46K, how many have the unit of measure each, how many are stored in each format, how many stored in XYZ EUMs, whatever they want to do, or whatever, if your customer number is there, so how many customer belongs to this country, how many customer belongs to this country. So we just need to do the we need to become some sales guy, and we need to prepare some Excel sheets and proper tabling in the color format, and we need to provide the data. Again, we need to download that Excel. We just need to prepare. Your developer will do that. He know his task. He will prepare the Excel format and in proper like sales sheet. How sales sheet looks like. Same thing we need to provide them. Okay, and then they will take the decision that because ideally these things should be done by business, but as I said, like if business is giving you the contract, then he don't want to do anything. Everything will be on our head. So that profiling profiling step in comes into the picture. So in your case, profiling comes very latter point of a time after the doing deduplication and all. But usually in data migration project, profiling will be very initial step or very initial process. Your business want to understand because you are lucky that you have SAP as a legacy system. But there are like in my current project, we have like 6 to 7 legacy systems. Sometimes Excel sheets. Sometimes there are like old tools like Oracle, JD Edwards, or Lawson, or there are so many legacy system. Barn system is there. We just not having any idea, and data is stored in different 6 systems. So we need to first pull the all records from all the system. Then we need to do the we need to whatever the data points they have provided, we need to profile the data, and then we need to share with them. Then they will say that okay, these are the filter conditions, put that filter condition, and reduce your relevant materials. But in your case, profiling comes into later point of time. Of course, they have decided. So in your case, profiling comes in the latter point of time. Obviously, they have decided something, that's why they have kept in the latter point of time. So once you mix with your project, you will get idea that why it is latter point, or why you can pull it in initial step as well, because you are a project manager, so you can discuss with business, and based on your complexity of your data and complexity of, you can took the very well took the decision. If it is required, you can. So it based on see, it is like very much business oriented. How business wants the data, they will communicate to the developer, and developer will do that. One scenario I can tell you, that business will ask only numbers. He just might be the case that, okay, business is only interested in numbers, so he will say that how many are the PERT, how many are the raw, how many are the trad. Okay, he just need the data. Okay, how many PERT? Okay, 15K material are the finished goods, 25K are the raw materials, and remaining 10K are trade goods. So this is the one single format you can give. Okay, because he just interested. Business profiling is something like in the number format. Business is only interested in the number. So how the data points they will give, you just need to prepare this. Yes, I will tell you one scenario that the data cleansing I was telling, right? So there are some fields which are not mandatory. Okay, material type is mandatory, so you will not get the case that material type itself is missing. That will not the case in SAP form. In the SAP, because your legacy is SAP, but there are so many legacy systems, other legacy systems, where so many data issues are there. So material type is missing there, because it is not required in their system. It is mandatory in SAP, but it is not there in their system. So again, the last data point will come into the picture, blank. How many blanks are there? 5K records. Then after doing this profiling, business will understand, okay, still 5K data for the 5K materials, data is missing. So this is first case, that missing data. To identify missing data, profiling. And again, if sometimes like they are giving you an Excel format, so 100% are the chances that material type also they have weird words will be used. Like it should be FERT, right? But they will like have like FERT 123. There might be a chance, because while downloading, or sometimes they will do some activities in this Excel and then they'll share you. So sometimes some things happen. I mean, it's a manual error. So that also you can identify during profiling. Again, this is the first thing I told you. Let's take an example of customer master. So business will, after doing this profiling, business will understand that, okay, our customer reach more present in the Argentina or in the South America than North America. So let's take South America globe first for the migration, because you cannot directly migrate entire data in single go. No, it is not mandatory. I mean, it is not considerable. So after doing the profile, business will take the decision that, okay, these are the more sensitive areas, these are less sensitive areas. First thing. Second thing, we have more data count in South America, we have less data count in Europe, maybe. So to test your company's ability, they might start with the simple data migration process. Like they will say that, okay, take these first 5 countries from Europe first, just do the go live for these 5 countries in 6 months. After the looking of the performance, we'll take the sensitive data like US. Most of the business is vibrant in US. So business will took the decision. I mean, you cannot say that what business will see, that there are n number of aspects business will do in the profiling. And of course, we have like huge data in SAP, so we cannot judge business that how business will take the decision. It's based on case to case. So that's why profiling is very much important. And in every project, profiling is a one-time activity. When you get the project, you will do the profiling, you will share the all reports with the business. Then business will do the study, and business will give you the data migration plan. So this is how it is. The profiling step will work like that. And once you do this profiling, and once business took the decision, then it is not required. Entire 4 years, all the globes, it is not required to do the profiling. It is one-time activity. Then functional consultants from data migration team have access to UI application from where they could took the legacy values, page the field, viewing the profiling, exploring. Okay, this is the same thing. You have just subdivided the same task in different thing. It's again profiling thing. After doing like the profiling, how functional consultants will take the action, it is stated that like that. Sometimes like few fields are missing, or functional consultants might think that okay, we need these data and this data itself is missing. Then they can again these are like trial and error things. So this step will
Correct,
perform multiple times. Once till functional consult is satisfied, your developer should provide this data to them. So yeah. Then functional leads, field value mapping, source table. Yeah. So in your case, data mapping is one-to-one mapping because your system, legacy system is also SAP and target system is also SAP. So Mara will map to Mara, Marcy will map to Marcy. I mean, material number will map to material number, material type is mapped to material type. So as simple as that. We don't have much thing in the mapping file. So only important thing, the rules, mapping rules are there that can be something like, I'll give you one example. Let's say we have legacy. Let's say we have legacy plants and we have target plants. So in legacy, maybe alphanumeric numbers are there, like AB12, then AB22, then AB45, something like that. And in your target system, we have only pure numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, then 4, 5, 5, 6, then 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay, let's take the names as well. Okay, this is Kuwait plant. Okay, this is New York plant. And this is China. Okay. We cannot, of course, you are the consultant, you know that we have to give some coding. So this is the coding in legacy plants. And this Kuwait plant is created in target system as well. This New York plant is created in target system as well with the different number. So what you can do, your developer needs to do, wherever AB12 plant is there coming in that column, he just need to replace with 1, 2, 3, 4. AB22 should be replaced with 5, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, and AB43 should be replaced with 7, 8, 9, 0. So how he will do that? He will do that in VLOOKUP format. So I showed you the VLOOKUP right on that day. Yeah, same VLOOKUP function is present in Informatica and BODS. Same VLOOKUP function is there. In BODS, the name of that function is lookup_ext. You don't need to worry. If you forget, it's also fine. But at least today, you know the concept, right? How to do this VLOOKUP. So the same thing, and BODS as well, we have the, we don't need to do the manual thing. Everything is configured in BODS or in Informatica, and it will, and your developer will do this mapping thing. And yeah, so this is the, as I said, like data mapping is not a huge thing, but yeah, I mean, doing this logic and stuff, it will take some time. It is depends on field by field. There are some, fields are like, there are some, might be a case that there are fields which we need to default. So what your functional consultant will do, that he will say that default with XYZ data. So what is defaulting? Let's say we have 50,000 record. All 50,000 records, the data should be XYZ. I mean, that column, the data of that column should be XYZ. Defaults mean that. This is the logic. So these data mapping sheet, your mapping sheet will all this kind of a stuff present. So defaulting or giving the logic, or sometimes business said that, okay, this field is required in a legacy, but it is not required in target system. So make it blank. That is also possible. So you just need to do the blanking thing. That also can be performed in your developing tool, Informatica or BODS. Then generate tab limited text output file with the sequence mapping document validation. We don't require extraction because we already got the file from business in Excel thing, right? So extraction is something like, as I said, if you are getting in the first task only I said you, right? If you are getting the file or you are getting the direct table name, you have to do the extraction into SQL. So your developer will do that in the first step itself. So if business said that download the file from your side, then don't accept it. Then say simply said that we have the direct connection available in Informatica or in BOD. So in your project, Informatica is using, right? So you can say that, okay, we have a direct connection available in between Informatica and SAP. So we will directly our technical team will directly do the extraction using the SAP connectors in SQL. We are establishing the connection in between BODS and SAP using the data store. And then I showed you the data store have the tables as well. Let me just connect to SAP BODS. Or let's talk about after that. As of now, we just because we just don't want to where file is placed. Okay, matlab they have given you the server where they have downloaded the file from the SAP and they have uploaded to that specific server. Then they will share you the link. So you have to just provide this link to your developer and say that, okay, use this file to do the extraction. So if this file has a 1 lakh record, then they will do the extraction and they will load the data into SQL, the same 1 lakh record. They will not touch it. No, it is not our work. Your support team will do that to do establishing connection and all. This is pure technical work. So developer will not also do that. Even I never did, or because if developer is doing the establishing connection and all, then what your basis team will do that. So yeah, it is pure basis work. So as of now, we just need to understand that, okay, basis team will establish the connection in between BODS to server or BODS to SAP. Simple. And your team will use that as a source or as a source, and they will load the data into SQL database. And it will be the pure data. It is untouched data. Okay. And then after that, they will perform the transformations. No, sorry. After that, they will perform the profiling. And after the profiling step has been completed, then they will do the cleansing and all the transformation we have discussed earlier. Then, okay, I don't know what exactly it is showed. It is like project specific task, but you can share with your developer. They will very well understand. Generate the tab limited output file with the field sequence template shared in the mapping document. The validation will be done. All the field populated. Okay. This step is like if all. Okay, your functional consultant will do the mapping, all the mappings. After the mapping perform, your developer will generate a file with all the cleansing, all the rules, all the filter criteria, everything. That file you have to provide, and your functional consultant will verify that, okay, all the mappings did correctly. I mean, what he will do that, he will check that, okay, wherever is AB12 legacy plant, now it is populated with the correct target plants. Right. So what functional consultant, after the mapping, how, let's take an example. So how your final file will looks like to verify, how will functional consultant will verify, right? So what will happen that, okay, let's take first column as mat now. Then second column is legacy plant. Then target plant. So if there is legacy to target mapping, then we have to populate two different columns. Then functional consultant verify that, okay, this is the legacy plant, this is the target plant. Then let's suppose material type. So we don't have separate material types in because it's SAP. So if it is a 14 legacy, it will be 14 target. So I'm just keeping material type as a single column. Likewise, he will populate the data and he will share with the functional consultant to verify. Then functional consultant verify that, okay, if plants are populated correctly, there should not be an issue. Then in all the cleansing has been done in material description, like that. And once he approves, then it will go to the next step. And yeah, this is, as I'm saying, that, okay, these are the tasks, but it is not required that it is a one-time task. It might be like back and forth, like functional consultant again go to your developer, say that, okay, this rule is not properly properly developed. You just need to rework or something like that, and then for generation, he will satisfy because we are humans, and there always be a chance of do the improvements.
Correct.
Then task number 10, that SAP consultants expected to review, validate this prior populating into one on the worksheet, share with the business to review. Like after first functional consultant will review the worksheet and they will share with the business. That is what the A point is. Then B point, Excel workbook needs to be shared with the DM lead for review prior sharing with business. Okay, so maybe there is additional step. There is some data migration. 11, like functional leads interact with local business and estimate to validate preload file. Yeah, that file will be the preload file because it is a after transformation file. So you have performed everything now, and it is a ready to load file. And now you are giving it to business to verify that, okay, if your data is looking like this, still you have anything, any dispute you are finding, then share with me. Again, I will rework and I will populate the preload file. The name is preload file. Preload file is like loadable file because you have performed all the rules. 45%, I'm not agree. You can say 30% work is completed and 70% work will be the actual our D days, because we need to provide 4 different load cycles like dev 1 cycle, dev 2 cycle, or you can say mock 1 load, mock 2 load, then dress rehearsal load, and then proper production load. And it will take so much of a time. I mean, till this point of a time, you will take, let's see, you will take 3 months. But to perform like all these 12 to 18 points, you will take maybe 1 year or something like that. So you can say 30% is the correct, or I can say it should be a 30% work after 11th task. Then mock data load will be like, like we have 70% left. So you can say 15% or 20% you can add it in each of the tasks. Because Spotify is like more to the like 50%. So you cannot say that 50% work is done. No, it is just like 30% work or 25% work done. Actual D-Day is this one. Because till this point, I'll tell you based on my experience, business is very lazy. So whatever the points you have given to your business, they will not accommodate that in the file. Simply in mock load cycle 1, simply they said that, okay, whatever the file, they simply, without reviewing as well, they will say that, okay, it is approved. It is my experience. It is harsh to digest, but it is what it is. It's based on the client, but till this point, I've worked for 4 to 5 different clients. Everyone worked like that only. In mock 1 load and mock 2 load, hardly they will say anything. But in mock 3, which is a pre-production load, they will come with a hell lot of problems, hell lot of rules, and they said that you have to implement it. So you can give 15% only for mock 1 and mock 2, and you can give 25% to pre-production. So let's first I'll show you the steps, and then I'll show you the load programs. It's the same thing. First thing, we'll do the extraction part. Then we'll do data mapping. Then we'll do the transformation. After the transformation, we'll generate the preload file. Now, data mapping is a rule-based and transformation is a development-based. It is the same, but 2 different steps. Data mapping should be done by functional consultant, and transformation is actual implementation. Transformation is nothing but actual implementation in BODS. I mean, data mapping is Excel file which is having the rules, and transformation step is then preload file. So preload file business needs to review and provide comments. So this preload file business, I mean, when you are doing initial work, you have to generate 4 to 5 times till business give you the sign off. Once business will give the sign off, then you will do the loading part. And once it is loaded in SAP, then you need to generate, I mean, your developer needs to generate post-load file. So this post-load file directly from SAP. target SAP. And then again, business needs to do the sign off on the post load. And once he will provide the sign off, your migration will be completed for that particular cycle. Now, you wanted to some elaboration on the loading techniques. So if it comes to the master data, so this is, I'm just giving you the guidelines. It is not required that, okay, it should be done by this way only, because I'm just giving you the ideal condition. Master data, then transactional data. In master data as well, we have big three, and then secondary master data. And transactional data is transactional data. So for big three, I will always advise that big three is like material master, customer master, and vendor master. I will advise you to use the IDOC load technique. Okay, we have three IDOCs. So I'll show you material, customer, and vendor. So we have MatMass. For customer, we have Cremas. And for vendor, we have DebMass. Don't worry, these. Do you know this? I mean, did you hear about these IDOCs? You know that, right? So these IDOCs you can use. These are the structure IDOC structures: MatMass, Cremas, and DebMass. Whatever is the latest, you can use that. Only one catch is there. If any field is missing in this MatMass or Cremas, which needs to be migrated, but it is missing, then your ABAP developer will come to in the picture, and they will create some ZMatMass IDOC, and they will include that missing field as well, because there are some ZZ fields as well. I mean, there are so many ZZ fields are also there, and there might be a case that ZZ fields are missing in this standard MatMass 05. So your developer will do the ZMatMass 05, and he will include all the required fields. Okay, that ABAP developer. So for the big threes, I will always say that IDOC is the best thing, because of the experience I did. So it is very easy. First thing is very easy. It will take less time, and whatever the errors, IDOC will properly generate the proper errors, and developer take the necessary actions, or business can also take the necessary actions. That's why IDOC is the best technique, I would say. Yeah, there are some standard ABAP programs also there, or your developer can be your ABAPer can generate LSMW as well. But it is a lengthy. For big three, I never saw that if any company is using other techniques. IDOC is the best thing, because we have huge data. Fields are also huge, because for material master, only Mara table, if you say there are 100 fields are there, it's a huge thing. But if you try
Got it.
transactional data, if you have a sales order, you hardly migrate 15 fields, right? So LSMW is very easy for LSMW is very easy for the 15 fields, but that is not the case for material, customer, and vendor. IDOC is like, we have already created a. I mean, if you see single material master, you will have 250 fields around, and it is very difficult to map these 250 fields in ABAP program or in LSMW, because why to increase our work? We already have the structure
Correct.
prepared, just like the matter of ZZ fields, and which is also, I will tell you, 3 to 4 fields, not more than that. And that is also not required if this is already present in the MatMass. Hardly you will say that, okay, there are some data, no, some data is missing, then you just need to do this development. So yeah, for big three, you can go for IDOCs. For secondary master, which is like PIR, or CMIR, these are the secondary master data. For that also, I mean, it is for secondary master and transaction. Will take um, in a single shot, in the single bucket, secondary master and transaction. You can use this standard ABAP programs, or you can use the BAPIs. So to migrate the purchase order and sales order, we have directly default our standard BAPIs there. So you can call that BAPI into BODS, and you can load the data. First thing is BAPI. I'll just load down here. BAPI ABAP programs for the loading secondary master and transactional. Secondary master is like CMR or PIR. These are the secondary master data. So to know, because the secondary master data and the transactional data fields are very less, like hardly you'll get like 15 fields or 20 fields or 25 fields. So you can create a LSMW, which is a recording. So you can create a recording based thing, or you can use the standard ABAP programs. If you search on the Google, you can get it the ABAP, the names of ABAP program which already SAP has, or your ABAP developers can create some programs as well, develop some programs as well, no problem. Or else you can use the BAPIs. Standard BAPIs are there. Uh, uh, we can call it in BODS directly. That BAPI we can import and call it, and we can simply execute that job. It will load the data. So these are the three things for transactional or secondary master. So your functional consultants and business will take the call. You just need to be there in this call. But your functional consultant will take this call based on the volume and all other stuffs, based on the fields and volume.
Alright, now let's test your knowledge. Here's a quick question for you. Which SAP module is commonly integrated with ETL processes for financial data? Option A, SAP SuccessFactors. Option B, SAP Ariba. Option C, SAP S4HANA Finance. And option D, SAP Concur. Now take a moment to think, and when you're ready, do type your correct answers in the comment section below. Good luck, guys! Hey there, fellow learners, interested in mastering the art of handling supplies? Then our SAP ETL course is the perfect solution for you. You can take it at your own pace right here from our platform. In this course, we will delve deep into SAP ETL. Think of it as your trusty toolbox for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We will cover all the bases starting from the basics and moving on to advanced techniques. Our content is crafted by seasoned experts who know this stuff very well. Your instructors are the seasoned pros with years of experience in this field. They are dedicated to helping you learn and are always available to answer any of the questions that you may have in your mind. And guess what, guys? Our students love this course. And folks like you have already found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part is, it is incredibly affordable. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So are you ready to start your journey as SAP ETL? If you are, then sign up on our page now. And for more details, head over to our ZaranTech's website.